Wonderland, right?
Yeah.
Hello.
And pink with a sunset kind of thing.
Hello.
Let me get rid of these. There we go. Hello, everybody. My name is Hello, everybody. What's going on, everybody? We're gonna be doing Twisted the Wonderland. Right, Fastra?
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you guys are ready. Fastra with the resub. Thank you, Fastra.
Me.
Resubbing for 36 months on a 17-month streak. And Fastra says, "Who love Twisted the Wonderland?" Very good point, Fastra. Very good point. Alright, let me untangle a couple cords here. And then that's the mouse one. Okay. So Stick was first and said, hello to you, Stick. Welcome in. It is Stick to see you. And then there are some ones arriving as well. And that old guy says, hello. Hello, that old guy. Cookie guy. And Stick asks, where is Arm? He may be busy at the moment. I guess he is unable to make it. But maybe he'll show up later. So Fastra has a new Discord profile picture and she's been bragging about it.
Yeah, are you able to show it on the screen?
Yes. There. Where is it? There. Fasha's been bragging about this for months. Now we finally get to show it on streams.
I'm General Lilia and Sonic.
How did you do that?
You.
Not General Sonic.
Guy?
I have not earned enough to become that honored to get a Sonic on my picture.
What is your picture instead?
I have a cookie, but I feel like that's appropriate.
Oh, yes, you have a cookie on my stream, but what about your Discord? Because that's what we were talking about.
Oh, I like the sunset picture. Although, to be honest, I don't remember if I took that or that was just I randomly picked one.
What do you think, Fastra? Do you know what that picture came from?
Like GTA or something?
Yep. I'm surprised Cookie Guy forgot.
Yes, I did.
So the whole stream, we're actually just gonna look at Overblot Jamil.
Are you ready
Are you
for
good
that,
with
Cookie Guy?
I'm ready. Overblot Jamil, I'm ready. Do I still get to use the same voice? Actually, I'm not Jamil.
6 on a 75 stream streak. Thank you, Stick.
Some Overblot dude.
He has snake hair. Do you know you could do this?
No, it's like he's a VTuber. Cool design. Oh, look at him. He reminds me
Reminds you.
What'd you say?
Didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
It sounded like you said pizzazz. He reminds me of Overblot Jamil.
He is him.
Oh. That would explain it.
And I don't think I've ever seen his shoes before.
Why not?
I've never seen this zoomed out.
I
Get
thought
me
it
out of
looked
here.
like he had roots for his feet.
Okay. So, are you in the mood for reading a past event
もちろん冗談さ
or going through their vignettes?
What is there? What's the ongoing event?
Arcane drills.
Is
I'm
it
almost done with.
the video where you were talking and it was just impossible to hear what you were saying.
Yeah.
How come you thought you could be heard?
I didn't know it'd be so loud.
Oh, Vastra.
Oh my goodness. Mario has joined the party.
Oh, on my
What?
stream?
Yeah, well, look at him. He's on the screen.
何かが起きそうで楽し
Get
いと
it?
ころが
Mario join the party? Mario party?
落ち着くわホームフィ
So there's
no.
no event story? When's the next event story?
Oh.
夢渡りを経験して君への評価を多少改めたよ全く知らない世界に順応できるのはある種の才能だ
How
な
come they haven't done an event in years?
The Leona rerun event.
Oh.
It is mid-June, so it should be soon.
Well, I suppose we could do some vignettes. And then if we have time after we do all the ones that you want, then we could do an event.
We did this one right.
Ask Cookie Guy. He's like more of an expert on that.
Yes, we did, sure.
Yeah, we did this. Do you remember it?
Look, Aru has arrived.
Ah!
You gotta read it, Vastra.
Hey! Who up twisting the Wonderland?
Yep. Hello, welcome in. Today we're at Wonderland.
Hello, Aru.
It's good to see ya.
You even have a dancing dino.
Yes, I see it.
Mm-hmm. Ta-da.
So wait, what's Riddle's role?
Tubby Riddle Rose Hearts.
He's the lovable bumpkin.
Is that true, Vastra?
No.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Astra's got a message.
I got really sick shoes today. I don't think I want to wear them. If Throlin was here, he could collaborate on that statement. He likes shoes. He also just bought me Converse shoes.
You have Converse now?
Nice.
Yeah, he bought me for them as a gift.
That's cool.
Um,
Are they comfortable?
That's
Yeah.
nice.
I haven't had a chance to wear them yet because we got them Thursday and then I've just been working.
You don't want to mess them up at work.
Well, they don't have slip resistant on the bottom.
No.
All right, you have an important. I sent you a picture of them, me or Christmas Bob.
Check your messages.
Well, you have to show cheese so I can leave the screen.
Why don't you just have a second phone?
Uh-oh. What happened?
Hey! It's Shadow. That's sick. Aru, how'd you get these? That's really cool, Aru. I love them. Sega store? Where's the Sega store?
They got Sega stores now? I only knew about the Nintendo store.
Where do I look in the Discord to see these fabled shoes?
Basha stopped screen sharing when she went to the my left elbow. Listen to my left elbow. But if she pulls it up, she'd have to pull it up on her end.
Oh, online Sega store. That's cool.
Basha, do you
No,
think
I was
you're
super
gonna get some?
excited. I was hoping there was a new Sega store that we could visit.
You mean Among Us store?
Yeah.
Aru said he sent them to you too.
Oh, okay. So I didn't even realize. Hold on, let me. Whoa. Sick color scheme. They ate with that color scheme for sure. And then you got a cool Chaos Emerald, I'm pretty sure. And then Shadow himself. That is a sick design. Oh, that look. Oh, and I see the one on top has yet a different design. With a bigger shadow. And then it says shadow in Japanese. Shadow. That is pretty cool. Oh, severe thunderstorm warning for us. Imminent threat alert. My watch even beeped. Until 9 p.m. 80 miles per hour destructive winds. Take shelter
Oh my
in a sturdy
gosh.
building away from windows. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. There's an imminent threat, y'all, for the next hour. But as I was saying, shoes look sick. That's cool that they have like more than one, design. Like, if it was just the one that's on top, that would have been cool. But then I can see the other shoe has an even, an even different design. So that is very cool. Thanks for sharing.
I can't find the pictures.
Oh, I guess Cookie Guy is the only one who hasn't been DM'd. So Aru does say, he makes a good point, says, I want to wear them so bad, but like I don't. I'll F them up if I do. Yeah, they're so clean, like they look so nice. So I get it. Yeah, it's definitely up to you. I could see it, either way. Like, if you do want to wear them and inevitably, wear them out and whatnot, have them be worn down, or just put them out, on display, kind of. I feel like you could do that. On my way to basement, JK. Wait, what that means?
Because the storm is so bad, you have to head into the basement.
Oh, I thought she was talking about the shoes. Like, I'm gonna go to the basement to get my shadow shoes.
I want shadow shoes.
I know, you should give them to Fastra. That way you don't have to worry about not, messing them up or anything. Because Fastra, she'll take good care of them.
Where is it like a limited time thing, Aru, or are they still available?
Ooh. Good question. I don't hear any 80 miles per hour winds, if I'm being honest. Actually, the tree outside my window is like not moving at all, so I think they're lying.
Perhaps it's just not here yet.
Oh, you can
But
still
will be.
buy them.
Oh, you sent the link. Nice.
Yeah, look at him, Cookie Guy.
Okay, now
They're
you can
so
see.
cool.
Yeah, let me look at him too.
So where do I look at it? Is it on the stream?
Now it is.
Yeah,
And what if they get this huge jump in business because of the link?
Oh my goodness! All my Google Chrome tabs are opening up.
Oh, those are nice.
Yeah. They're so cool.
Oh, this was a mistake. I was just trying to
no.
click on the link and it opened like 600 Chrome tabs.
Oh no.
That's cool. I agree.
Alright, yeah.
I agree.
Oh, I forgot I had this many tabs open, yo. See, because all my Christmas Bob 1 streaming stuff was on my PC, and I tried to start transferring it over, but then it was taking like super long. So then I was like, okay, I'll just stream from my computer. And then my computer, I haven't used it in a little bit, and there's like a billion tabs. Okay, now I see the shadow shoes. Nice. Now you can like fully see the design. Good, nice purchase, Aru. Nice purchase for sure. Okay, let me close out. Oh, that old guy resubbed and I missed it. Whoops. Well, first Stick said start in a few. You mean the winds and whatnot. Severe thunderstorms in a few minutes. Gotcha. Well, hopefully everyone is safe, you know. And that old guy resubbed for 65 months and said, those are sick. Let's go, Cookie Guy. Thanks for the resub.
This
Yeah,
channel
some
has a
nice-
tier minimum of 10 bits.
Yeah, yep, 10 cents.
So what's this chapter called, Cookie Guy?
Looks like it's don't say a word. On the sports field.
Group strength, 30.2 kilograms. Did I fail to document any of my results? No, they're all here. Still, most of my results fall below average. Bah, I doubt such numbers hold any meaning in a school of magic. No use in complaining. What shall my next exercise?
Hiya, Riddle.
B! Colleen! I about raised my hand when you jumped out from behind me so suddenly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to talk to you. You haven't done the sprint yet, right? I haven't done it either, so how about we do it together?
Me? But you surely have a partner already.
If you mean Jamil, he's on some other exercises. But we're supposed to be in pairs, so why not run with me?
I suppose it makes no difference with whom I run.
Huh?
Very well. I'll partner up with you. On one condition. You aren't allowed to say a word after we're finished. Is that understood?
Sure. Not sure why, but that's cool by me.
Hey! Look who showed up, Codes.
No.
Did you expect that?
Next set of runners, take your positions.
We're up, Riddle.
Right.
On your marks, get set, go!
Say, 位置について、よーい、スタート。
位置について、よーい、スタート!
And we're off.
Oh, it's hydrate time.
Whew. That's the finish line. Looks like my time is...
I must exercise B. So. Oh, I forgot that was me. I was waiting for like Cookie Guy for some reason. Colleen, are you already done with your sprint?
Yep. Looks like you looked like you'd be a while, so I just went ahead and did it.
What was your time then?
I can't remember, but I'll bet it's faster than yours will be.
You were 6.81 seconds. Perhaps you should consider writing it down next time if you're so quick to forget.
Thanks, Riddle. I was almost about to do it over again for a new time, too. Now hurry up and do your sprint, Jamil. I want to see who's faster.
Thank you for babysitting, Riddle. Not at all. You deserve a break every once in a while.
Huh? You know, it's kind of nice to see even you can't come first in everything, Riddle.
Pardon?
Between you and Azul, I thought I was the only sophomore house warden who wasn't amazing at just about everything, but
Will you watch your mouth? I'm sorry, Riddle. Kaleem meant nothing by that. Kaleem, I thought we agreed you wouldn't say a word after our sprint.
If you finish your fitness test, move on to the personal exercises. You won't build muscle by chit-chatting. On the sidelines.
why is that its own line?
Good question.
We gotta do more. What do you guys think? How about we dance together?
Trust me when I say that you are the only one who wants to do that. What do you think of practicing our flying instead? We have the perfect teacher right here.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Are you referring to me? You don't mind, do you? Class E has their flight test soon, so it would be a good practice. I see you share Cater's total lack of reluctance to pester me for favors. Whatever. I won't teach you how to fly, but you're free to watch if you wish. Now then! Off I go!
Oh, did you see the way he took off?
And then he adds those sharp turns and spins. His control is flawless. He never ceases to amaze. I doubt anyone in his class could best his flying.
Wow, he disappeared in a flash. Oh, he's back already.
There. Did that suffice?
You kidding? You're amazing, Riddle.
I wouldn't call that amazing as such. A true mage simply excels in magic over fitness. Nice. Riddle got to show off. There is something on here. Basher, one of my tabs that reopened was Potty Partners Unite, the ad for the game called We Gotta Go.
I don't want that.
That's one of the tabs that was open.
Okay, what's the
Very picture of innocence.
Whoops, I forgot to uncheese it. There we go. All right.
Main Street. Talk about a run-in with good luck. I'm glad I bumped into you, Ace. Thanks for helping me carry all this. Hey, for what you're offering, this is a heck of a bargain. You're really gonna make me sure I get a piece of tart with the most cherries at the dorm's tea party tomorrow. It's already got your name on it. Didn't think a little thing like that was enough to get you to put in a workout. You must really like cherries. You know it. They've always been my favorite fruit.
What a weird favorite fruit.
But does anyone like fruit that much? But does anyone like fruit that much? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Me? You wound me, Trey. You're looking at the very picture of innocence over here. Anyway, this stuff is so heavy. Do you really need this much to make fruit tarts? There's 4 whole bags. Nah, they're only heavy because I loaded up on sugar and flour. Are you for real? Did you do that because you knew someone else could carry them?
Stretching time.
My bad. My family runs a patisserie. I've been helping stock up on ingredients since I was a kid. Guess it turned into a full-blown habit of buying out the shop while stuff was on sale. Wow, so you've been making pastries since you were little? I mean, I helped. My younger siblings would always pester me to bake for them, too. Must be nice to have an older brother who bakes. My brother sure didn't know a cake from a steak.
Ace-kun has a brother?
Yeah. They mentioned him in book 1 at
What's
some point,
Ace-kun's-
or the prologue saying like, "Oh yeah, my other older brother was in Harslebule, so I thought I would be too."
What's his
Oh,
brother's
yeah?
name?
I don't think they've said.
Oh, yeah, let me guess. You're the baby in the family.
Look
Yeah,
who's here,
just what about-
Pastra!
Howling Moon! Hello! Welcome in!
Fellow
Hello,
twist,
Howling Moon.
fellow twist
Enthusiast.
enthusiast. Good to see you. I hope you're having a very twisted day. We're doing some stories, dubbing them. You know how it is. Twist the Wonderland.
And just what about me makes you think I'm the baby? And just what about me makes you think I'm the baby? Nothing, you're wrong.
Maybe the voice that you've been given.
It was just
I
us
took it
two
down.
kids. What?
The voice you're giving him is really light.
Okay.
Do your impression of him, Pastra.
But it was just us 2 kids.
Like real A's.
But it was just us 2 kids. My brother used to take me just about everywhere before I came here.
But it was just us 2 kids. My brother used to take us just about everywhere before I came here.
Like he's like the teenage boy. Like my example is always like Ryuji from Persona, like that voice,
Mhm.
like that's his actual English voice actor, I believe. But you haven't heard the voice, but the not that your voice was bad, it was just kind of making him seem like he's 12 instead of 16 or
I
8.
didn't know how old he was supposed to sound.
Well, they're all at least 16, ranging from 16 to 20.
And Khalif's 32.
That's incorrect.
And that's in fact.
Yeah.
But it was just us 2 kids. My brother used to take us just about everywhere before I came here.
He said take us both times. He redid the line. Take me.
Is he that much older than you?
Howling Moon says, I'm doing well. Oh, come on, ad break. Does that mean Howling is seeing ads right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait till it's done. You can continue.
Yep, 7 years older. He graduated from Night Raven College, too. Nice. It must have helped having someone who could tell you what was what around here.
Yeah, and he was mentioned in book 1.
It's not like he held my hand or whatever, but he did tell me how to kill time in the dorms. Speaking of, what do you do while all holed up in your room, Trey? Me? I do homework, read, nothing special. You're not a student, huh? Hardly. On the average side, really. Not like you need to always hit the books in your free time. Try to at least get your homework done out of the way. Want to fall behind? Hey, I do my homework. I just, might have to use someone else's as a guide every once in a while. Or, as most put it, copy. I'm telling you, you better learn to do it yourself. Second year is going to be a rude awakening for you.
Howling says, I'm doing well. didn't play too much Twist today since I'm on the dreaded book 6 and trying to come up with strategies to get through it. Vastra, analysis.
You gotta have SSRs with duo magic. That's a big one. So it makes a big difference if you use an effective trait against it, like fire against the flora, and then adds even more if you use the duo magic with a card that goes with it, and having a healer, and having them leveled up, and having the spells leveled up. That's a big one.
So, do you need to do the Crafter's Gauntlet and exams?
Yeah.
Go team! Vastra just completed the Crafter's Gauntlet and exams.
I did that a while ago. But yeah, try to level up the spells. Make sure you have a healer.
But yes, yeah, I went from. Oh, look, I can show this now. May or may not have been reading this recently. Look at my bookmark. It's Ina. Is she happy to be in the book?
Yeah.
No, of course.
So yes, this is the book I was using. Bought for me by Vastra. Nice! I have both of the novels, the first one being my first piece of Twitch merch. What is the other of the both novels, Vastra?
The book 2 one, with Leon on the front.
Should I read that one after?
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, the books are really nice. You know, it has a cool cover. It has that poster type thing, if I'm thinking of the right thing. Yeah, there's the poster of Overblot Riddle right on the inside cover. And it's just really cool to have the story so, delivered in such a different fashion, with it being an actual full-fledged novel. So it's really cool. And that's definitely a good piece of Twist merch to own. I have some Twist merch, actually, if you want. I might have already showed you, so if I have, then just pretend I haven't and act surprised. This guy should go in our fridge, actually. I'm thinking about putting him in our fridge soon.
You should.
These figures do really well in the fridge, I've heard. Yo, look, it's the two who are in the story right now.
Oh.
So now for the rest of it, they have to act it out. Oh, come on. I doubt you were that serious about studying from day one. No, this is my real voice.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yes. Quasimodo.
Okay, doke.
Quasimodo football.
Football.
Yep.
When I knew Rita was coming the year after me, of course I was. Could you imagine what he would have said if I'd flunked any one of my classes? Oh, good point. The redder than his own hair if that happened. I study better in my dreams. Off with your head.
Do it in like a impersonation of him doing an impersonation of Riddle.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
The resemblance is uncanny.
It is.
Well, I'll try. By the way,
Who just did an impression of me?
while we are on the topic, which countries were featured on your first year history exam? This is going to cover the Queendom of Roses, Shaftlands, and Sunset Savannah,
What's Shaftlands again? I've heard.
Just
where
another one
Leona's
of the
from.
No,
What'd you say? I
just
know-
another one.
I know the Queendom of Roses and Sunset Savannah, but I remember hearing Shaftlands, but I forgot what that was. Oh,
There was a message. Did you read that?
No, not yet. I don't have those figurines yet. But I am getting a new charm and sticker real soon. Got them from a small business who does custom twist merch. Ooh, you may have to share. Maybe Fastra may be interested in getting something from them. Yeah, you should definitely get, at least one of these figures. Like they're tiny, they sit so well on your desk or in front of your TV or in your fridge. And then every time you open up your fridge, you'll see one of these little guys sitting there. So I highly recommend it. Yeah, this one's probably my favorite. Highly recommend it. But I do hope you enjoy the twist merch that you are getting. A charm and a sticker. Who are they of?
Shaftlands,
who's featured on them?
aka Kiseki no Kuni, early country of Pyrozine, is the country where Vil, Cater, Jack, Vargas, and Train live. Harveston, which is where Apple lives, is also located here.
I had no idea. Whoa, I thought I heard wind, and now I looked outside my window, and the tree that was previously stationary is now blowing around like a maniac.
Ooh,
It's like,
I'm gonna go look at it.
Whoa.
Just a second.
It is totally opposite of how it was 10, 20 minutes ago. You're right. The storm was just not it hadn't hit us yet, but it's definitely hitting.
Tore-san.
Just a
I
second.
think he's looking at the tree.
Yeah, looking at the incoming weather.
Yeah, it's worth it. The trees are going nutso.
Interesting.
You mean outristing?
Yeah,
Because it's outside.
that too.
Okay, so the business is called Crocheted by Raven. Like Night Raven College. They specialize in top loaders. Fastra, as someone who speaks fluent merch, what is a top loader?
I've never heard of that either.
And looks like Fastra's out of commission. Trinket boxes, and yes, crocheted plushies. That's awesome. As for which
It
character,
just looks like a clear sleeve. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, you looked it up?
It's something for cards.
Yeah, how you'll have to explain. But trinket boxes is pretty self-explanatory, and of course, crocheted plushies. That sounds really cool. I'd like to see what they look like. Handmade plushies like that of twist characters. And so you got Jack. You mean on both the charm and sticker? They were both of Jack. If so, nice. Good choice. Good choice. Yes, Stick. Super windy. It's crazy because when we first got the alert, the tree was still not moving an inch, and now it's. Top loaders are what you put cards in to preserve them. Okay. Do you have any, or is that just yeah? Do you have any top loaders / trinket boxes / crocheted plushies, or is this your first time getting merch from them?
I thought we were asking a question of the.
Oh, we're
person.
in between.
Okay, doc. So, you're trying to squeeze the answers out of me, aren't you? What? No way. I would never.
No way, Jose. No how.
I forgot the whole. What was the quote?
I think that was it. Like, no way, no how. But I forgot when they said that.
Right before Kane like went crazy and threw a tantrum.
Yeah. This is my first time getting merch from this business. Very cool. I hope that you are satisfied with your products. That sounds very cool. That to find a new artist and order from them. But I do have a crocheted plushie. It is a piglet from Winnie the Pooh. It was a gift from my grandma. That is a very nice gift. Piglet, is that your favorite Winnie the Pooh character? Either way, that's really cool. That's very nice that she got that for you. And crocheting is really cool. So yeah, that's awesome that you have a crocheted plush.
Don't try to play cute with me now. I knew there would be another reason you were willing to help me carry my bags. Maybe I am, but look at it this way. I knew you'd be the perfect source for info. You should be praising me for going out of my way not to fail. Plus, you got a pack mule out of it. Come on, help a buddy out. Please.
Now he's super nerdy.
You knew right from the start
He's kind of
I wasn't
like
doing this.
slowly morphing over time. It was like a gradual change.
Oh, don't do them like that? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe just a little less.
Come on, you knew right from the start that I wasn't doing this just for a bunch of cherries.
Yeah, that's good.
Don't tell me all that talk about loving cherries was a lie too. Oh no, that's Hundo P. True. My brother said that most convincing lies are sprinkled with a dash of truth. I've never met him, but I haven't known you. Him telling you that doesn't surprise me one bit. You had to do was ask, though. I would have been more than happy to help, even without you being so roundabout. You just spell the answers for me if I did that? No way, right? You're just gonna tell me to study my butt off. As you should. Slack off now, and you're only gonna regret it later. Tell you what, if you swear to study, and I mean really actually study, then I'll get you on the right track. Deal? See, this is why I went with a roundabout approach. Would you be more tempted if I invited Deuce and made it more of a study group thing? We're not a married couple, you know. Sure. Whatever kicks you into studying gear. Remember, you'll have Riddle to contend with if you fail. Oh, fine. Man, and I was this close to weaseling it out of you. At least you'll be a lot nicer of a tutor than Riddle. How about we make our first session after classes tomorrow? A list of what you're struggling with, and we can get right into it. I can't wait.
Howling says, yeah, Piglet has been with me since I was a baby. I still have the Piglet doll from when I was a newborn. They're worn and has a lot of holes from old age. They're still well loved.
Aww.
Well, that's nice.
Jerma's playing Lego Batman right now.
Oh, I do kind of want to see that. Looks like we have to end stream.
Right now. Gotta get on that.
We should play Lego
We're gonna
Harry
do a watch
Potter,
along.
and then stream Lego Harry Potter, and then he'll be like, all right, let's find someone else who's playing another Lego game. Huh, how about this guy? He's playing Lego Harry Potter. And then I'll get rated, and then thousands of viewers.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
どんな
Here,
no
it's
joke.
his voice.
ちゃんと授業の間もグリムの
No, no.
よ監督生
Yeah,
あいつ
yeah.
この前も脱走して先生に怒られてたじゃん
Yeah, so you're
ちゃ
getting
んと
pretty
授業の
accurate
間
at
も
the
グ
end.
リムのこと見張ってろよ監督生あいつこの前も脱走して先生に怒
Kind
ら
of,
れ
you know, a little nasally, up to no good. Usually.
I have not read this story.
Ah.
New one. Here we go.
Bum, 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 bum,
I
bum.
hope I'm in it.
All that for nothing?
I live in the Shaftlands.
Fortsfield.
Let's see if it's Cookie Guy talking to himself again. Oh, no, it's not.
You heading back, horse warden? You heading back, house warden?
Yes, the equestrian club just finished for the day.
My club's done too. Actually, maybe they all end at the same time?
Not necessarily. Some go late if they're wrapped up in practicing for an upcoming match. Or if their club captain is overzealous.
Yeah! On your feet, you two! You won't build muscle by parking those butts on the ground!
Come on, guys. We're going for another round of practice.
Okay.
You're right. The Spell Drive Club looks like it's still going strong. Hold up. Isn't that lion-looking guy Savannah Claus house warden?
Is this like early on when he?
Yeah, these are like the original cards that were like released with the game, like the first ones.
Yeah, it's weird for him to be like not familiar.
That
with them.
lion guy.
Yep. Indeed, he is. Leona is their captain. Though it has been a while since I last saw him sincerely apply himself to his club activities.
What does that mean? It's a good club for...
What does that mean?
Does that mean it's a good club for you if it... Okay.
He's just having so much trouble.
Does that mean it's a good club for if you just want to goof off? Figured they'd be one of the ones that go hard.
Watch them practice, and you'll see. Now I'm messing up. Watch them practice, and you'll see they do exactly that.
I can't move another step.
Read Spell Drive Club member B like Wilt from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Yeah, I'm totally out of juice.
Whoa. Okay, yeah. That's too brutal for me. Lucky I didn't join that one.
Which club did you join anyway? Knowing you, it must have been some sort of sports club.
Who can name it? Who can name it?
Film club studies.
No.
Film studies
Fencing.
No.
Fencing.
Fencing isn't even one of the clubs.
That's what he joined.
Mountain
That's like
mountain hiking lovers club.
No, that's Jade.
baseball.
That's not one of the clubs.
Dancing.
No, he's in it with Jamil and Floyd.
Oh, Quidditch.
No, that's the Spell Drive Club.
Can I have a hint? Oh, or I guess another hint.
Cooking.
Some sort of sports club.
Basketball?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember now. Hey!
Bingo. I'm in the basketball club. It's pretty chill, thankfully.
A team sport now? That's a little surprising. Your behavior in the dorm gave me the impression you'd be more interested in individual sports than team activities.
You think? Looking at a rising star here. When I take a shot, all I need's one look to drain it.
Why is he talking about drinking?
All right.
He's
I'm
too
pretty
young.
good at defense, too. If the opposition tries any backdoor cuts, I can head them off and steal the ball in a flash.
I see. I suppose everyone has at least one thing they excel at. You must have excellent spatial awareness. I'll keep that in mind.
You don't have to make it sound so much like a backhanded compliment. Whatever. What spatial awareness?
That's you, Cookie Guy.
It's the ability to understand the relationship between you and the environment around you.
Sorry. Still lost.
To break it down in simpler terms, you can calculate the positions of the ball, hoop, and athletes around you in relation to yourself at a glance. That has nothing to do with being able to react to it, of course, so your reflexes must also be stellar if you can truly play so well.
So, in short, you're actually complimenting me? You doing okay, pal? You didn't eat something off the floor, did you?
Don't be rude. I know how to recognize exceptional talent when I see it. Provided it's rule-abiding talent. If you make a name for yourself in your club, that also contributes toward Heartslopul's reputation. Do what you can. That means no slacking off.
And in on it. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's head back so I can stuff my face.
Is that any way to speak to your house warden? Oh, as if you would listen.
My bad.
Okay, now, do 5 more rounds of passes and we'll call it a day.
You're almost done.
Yeah!
Would you watch where you're shooting that disc? Ah! Look out!
House warden. You okay?
Did you just catch that disc from behind while shielding me? Seems there's truth to your bragging about being a rising star.
I almost got hit in the head. How can you stand there all cool and do a play-by-play? Oh, my hand hurts.
As well it should. Spell drive discs are made of a special kind of metal.
Was that? You have eyes, don't you?
Sorry, Captain.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Isn't that
It's
a
the
real
one.
quote?
Yeah.
I'm surrounded.
Do you remember that?
That has, yeah. Oh, I do, but do you, Cookie Guy?
No.
From Scar from The Lion King?
Oh, that's right.
About the hyenas.
Yes.
I repeated that line with my own.
No king, no king, la 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 la.
There will be a king. Yeah, Howling Moon said it. Lion King reference. it's 100% a reference to that for sure.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
Ruggy.
The King's Stooge. Oh, God all day. Give me that disc. You could try sounding a little bit more apologetic. I wasn't with him. Our house warden would have been seriously injured. It's supposed to be funny. Fiddle would have batted that little disc away with his magic, no problem. But unlike you freaks, I got things to do. Rude. Man, who kicked him around as a cub? It wouldn't have killed him to say sorry.
Indeed. Even if what he says is true, there is such a thing as tact.
He was right. You really could have avoided that?
A spell drive disc? Yes, of course.
Why didn't you say so? I just did all that for nothing?
There wasn't any time to. But you did manage to prove your physical capabilities, at least. I could see you representing Hard Slave Buell in croquet tournaments or interdorm sports competitions. One day. I expect a good showing from you too, when that time comes.
Oh, hey. If it's got a ball, I can work it. Don't wear me out with practices beforehand, okay?
That's true, Howling.
Oh, Howling says, well, to answer your question, Ace, society. Society kicked Lana around as a cub.
As a cop.
Right.
カリムとはなる
What's Karimu to Wanaru?
さあお勉強お勉強
Lesson time.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
That's what he
you.
said.
It's like, thank you.
Okay.
Can we do book 7?
Yeah.
Just mute the voices and we'll dub it. Alright, let's do one chapter. I wonder what Lilia-san is doing. Ramshackle Dorm? No way it starts there. So they just left one person out? No way they left one person out. Huh? Hi! I'm in your mirror! A dream. Good morning, you. Oh, it's weird to see his mouth moving. So used to it being frozen. What's all the fuss for? Oh, I get it. You forgot to do your homework and now you gotta copy Ace's or someone else's, right? Well, get me in on that! Main Street. The statue's talking? They love showing that. Hey, you! Don't ditch me! What's the matter with you? Why are you gawking at the Great Seven statue? They better not show it again. Something up with this thorn fairy lady? Wait, was this inscription on the statue gonna be on one of Train's quizzes? Let's see here. The Thorn
Malleus.
The Thorn Fairy, who ruled over a dark mountain. Controller of thunder clouds and briars, she possessed unsurmountable magical might. A noble fairy who employed many servants, yet still retained a proud independence.
Ooh.
Now you've officially seen a chapter of book 7. How's it feel?
Now everything's starting to fall into place. It's all making sense now.
I can see, how Lilia is pretty cool in that.
Yeah.
I could see it even from that.
What's this
Gone
one
with the
called?
Wind.
Again?
One with the wind.
All you have to do is add a G to the beginning.
Yeah. And where's this
Gwen?
taking place?
Classroom.
Go on. Codes
You
doesn't get
said
it.
add a G.
Yes, add a G to the beginning and it becomes a book.
Instead
Gone
of
with the
one.
wind.
Yes.
Okay.
For this one, can you include chicken jockey in somewhere in the midst of all the sports?
Yes. There's basketball, football, chicken jockey, hockey.
What are you muttering to yourself about?
I have both story members again.
Oh, nothing.
Not
Just wondering which
Deuce,
club I should
it's
join.
Deuce!
Yes.
All right, read it again, Codes.
Oh, nothing. Just wondering which club I should join. There's so many to choose from.
Didn't you just say you were in the basketball club?
So, you haven't decided yet? The application deadline is tomorrow.
What? Oh, you picked one?
The film studies club.
No, that's Villain Ortho.
The equestrian club.
No, that's Riddle, Silver, and Sebek.
The basketball club.
No, that's not him.
What kind of club would Deuce be in, Cookie Guy?
The one with Jack.
Oh.
Jack Howell?
Yeah,
What club is he in?
the one that Deuce is in.
And that is
I have a hint.
It was in the Camp Vargas story. All their
Oh.
clubs.
Mountain hiking?
No, that's Jade.
Let me Deuce and Camp Vargas? Oh, track club!
Yeah.
Deuce and Jack are in the track club. Yeah, I should have thought of that. Like something athletic.
Oh, I thought you just got it on your own.
No. Thank you, Howling. I don't know if I would have thought of that, or at least it would have taken me a little while.
Naturally, my application's been in.
Oh. Well, unlike some people who are only good at physical stuff, I got my eye on clubs of a more sophisticated nature. So I need to take my time.
Are you trying to pick a fight? I'll have you know that I took a look at the pop music club.
Well, there you go. That is definitely solving the issue.
Do you know who's in that one?
Cater.
Yeah, that's
Probably.
one of them.
Kalimbo.
Epic.
No.
Not Kalimbo or Sebek?
Oh, I thought you said ortho.
No, I said Kalimbo.
Yeah, Kaleem.
Yes. I'm pretty good at this.
And then who's the last one?
Lilia.
Gotta be...
Yeah, Lulia.
Hey. I bet it was only because Cater dragged you along.
Maybe.
So, which club did you end up going with?
Track and field.
There's a surprise. Why that one?
Because they didn't have a
What?
blast cycle club.
What?
Like they would have a club where people just tear around in magical vehicles all day?
You know that Kirby like vehicle and it's like a single wheel
Yes.
and it has like the eye on it. It's like that, but without the eye.
Oh, cool.
Where would you even drive around here? Through the mountains or something?
Well, it would have been nice to have the option. I even put in an application to form a club when I heard there wasn't one, but the head mage said no.
Oh.
Are you that into them?
Are you kidding? Who isn't into blast cycles? They're modern marvel. Didn't you ever look at magazine spreads on them as a kid?
Nope. Different strokes for different folks.
Na 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 na.
Yeah. Epic
I mean,
Games
the bigger
reference.
ones are kind of cool, but will I live if I never get to ride one? Yeah.
You're kidding. You never felt the thrill of gripping those enchanted handlebars? Like, not even once?
Whoa, hang on. They can't be that awesome.
But they are. Unlike other vehicles, you've got nothing blocking your field of vision, so you're free to take in the view while you ride. If you're ever feeling blue, you just get on a blaster and tune out the world. Then it's just you, the road, and nature.
I'm actually kind of moved. You're really into them. Look at you, eyes all lit up like some kid.
Oh, well, to be honest, talking about them makes me wish I could go for a ride right now. I haven't been able to since the first day of school. You should give it a shot if you can. There's no better thrill than swerving around corners and going full throttle down the open road.
Just like
The
me.
Yeah.
harder you accelerate, the faster everything melts away, till you're all alone and barely feel the need to breathe. It's almost like you become
Pomni.
one with the... Like Pomni. It's almost like you become one with the wind. I just adore that sensation.
I mean, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty and all, but I can't say I got how you'd feel if that. I can't say I get how you'd feel that hard when a vehicle's doing the work for you.
What? Don't you know it uses the rider's magic as fuel? The only way to be a real blast cycle rider is to be one with your bike.
Okay. Needs your magic. The engine's still the thing making it run.
Well, I guess that's how engines work. If you had to put 100 100% of your magic into powering the vehicle, then it wouldn't really be a vehicle. Wait. I've got an idea. Let me rewind a bit so I can explain it better.
Okay, then. Shoot.
I feel like I actually
joined
said a rewind symbol and then like they went back in the story.
I joined track and field, right? And I told you how much I adore that feeling of being one with the wind. I mean, gone with the wind. What better way to chase that feeling than through sprints, marathons, or long jumps? The club's just chock full of opportunities to do exactly that. And it wouldn't be a vehicle powering me either. It'd be all me. Track and field wasn't just some random choice for me. It was destiny. That's it. That's a Category 5 windstorm coming everyone's way, and they're calling it Hurricane Deuce.
With that kind of talk, you better not be the first one to sputter out in a race.
Oh, I'll be in first place, and I fully expect you to be right there, singing my praises when I hit the finish line.
I'd rather get my head chopped off.
By riddles?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, where's my thank you for helping you come up with a cool excuse for choosing your club?
Gone with the wind.
Woo!
Why'd he say that?
He just said it! Gone with the wind. So the writers thought that too. They just had to throw it in there. Maybe it was like placeholder text because they're like, he should say it at some point. But let's just put it in. They typed it. Oh, I cannot believe I predicted
Disc
that.
out.
That should be
Interior
alright.
hallway. You could be. Oh. I featured so many different ways today.
You're just famous, Cookie Guy.
Sorry for running into you. I was in a rush and you're Sebek from Class D, right? Did I hurt you?
Not at all. If you don't mind stepping aside, however, I have business at the campus store.
Could you be here for the special sale too?
No. Lily asked me to purchase some high-quality, limited quantity puddings.
Why does Lily
Those
want
would be-
pudding?
It's such a Lilia thing to want.
I should make a Discord banner where it's him in front of his house with pudding.
Those would be the highlight of today's sale. The owner ended up ordering too many on accident, so he's putting them up for a steep discount once it hits 5 o'clock. They usually cost 10 Thalmarks each, but tonight you can get them for 1/10 that price.
I want that.
I thought there's no better day to finally try one for myself than today.
I did notice an influx of people dashing toward the store, but I hadn't realized why.
Yeah, you don't get a chance like this every day. I bet it'll be a free-for-all in there. But no way anyone's stopping me from getting my hands on one of those puddings.
Excuse me, a free-for-all for a mere commodity?
Mere? Mere? You've clearly never experienced the chaos of a special sale. If a discount goes higher than 40%, what was once a humble store becomes a war zone. Discount the discount and you'll be disc out.
Okay.
Such a flair for the dramatic. Mr. S's Mystery Shop. Apparently a war zone.
Yep.
War zone. Where you said it. Anyway, this line is massive. You mean to tell me all these students have gathered here just to get a single serving of pudding?
Man, I should have gotten here earlier.
Hey, my little imps! Are you ready for the start of my super pudding sale? And pudding's not all. I've got a wide variety of scintillating products on sale as well. So why not take a look?
Ugh, there's even more stuff up for grabs. I can't stay here. I've got to break through the crowd and get up front. Good luck, Sebek. May we both survive this battle and live to see another sale.
dramatic. And don't tell me he's wearing his gym uniform to boost his mobility. No, that's silly.
Hey, you! I touched that pudding first! Who cares? It's in my basket now.
Ooh, the battle begins, but I will prevail. I'll buy every last thing on my list if it's the last thing I do. Sam, I'm ready to
I'm being crushed.
It's the twist version of Black Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, these are insane deals. I mean, from what he described, I'd want to go too. So I get it.
Was that a scream?
Look at you! 5 minutes into the sale and your basket's overflowing! You're a force to be reckoned with, my little imp. Will you be paying with cash?
Actually, sorry, I just remembered another thing I wanted to get. So do you mind checking me out in a bit? Sebek seems like he's having a rough go of it. I don't think he's braved a special sale before. Okay, I'm doing this for my comrade.
Interior hallway.
We're finally out of the shop. How are you doing, Sebek?
Much better, thanks to you. Had you not pulled me out of that stampede, who knows how I would have fared. But I was too naive. Ending this sale in your gym uniform was a stroke of genius. Truly is a battlefield. I was so tossed about by the crowd that I failed to purchase the Vice Warden's pudding. I'm a failure.
About that. Here.
Oh my. It's the pudding Lilia wanted.
Yes.
I managed to get 20, so you're welcome to have one.
Scalper.
How did you acquire that many in the midst of all that chaos?
Back home, it was just me and my mom. She'd often let me tag along on her shopping trips. The special sales we went to sometimes had a 1 per person limit. I can't tell you how many times I was barreled down over a single carton of eggs.
So you're a veteran of this particular battlefield. It's right for you to give me one of your hard-earned goods, though.
I didn't say I'd be giving it to you for free. You can help me carry my bags back to the dorm.
That's all. What a small price to pay in exchange for the Vice House Warden's pudding.
Is it? Okay then. You can take all the bags here too.
All the ones in your feet? I thought someone else had put them there. You have 8 bags?
It wasn't just shopping for me. I was picking up ingredients for Trey, and he actually said Kuroba senpai, but they always take out him saying their last names. And whatever else everyone wanted.
You even managed to fulfill their request amidst that chaos. You are a gifted human indeed.
Well, now you know. I don't ever want to see you underestimating a special sale again, comrade.
I need to see Lil's getting the pudding.
Yeah.
School uniform, Rosaria, the wall painting. Interior hallway.
Christmas Bob 1. Can you take over the role of cater?
Yeah.
Oh, ring around the Rosaria party?
Yeah, it's just about to start. You in?
How could I say no? Count me in.
And that's why I love you, Colleen. Surprised you agreed without knowing what it's even about, though.
Hey, a party's a party, right? I don't need to know what a Rosaria is to know a good time.
Rosaria is that portrait hanging in the West Hall. You know who I'm talking about now, right? She's been stuck all alone there for, like, ever! Poor girl's bored out of her frame. She hasn't been moved in so long that she can count literally every stain on the wall. So I promised her I'd throw a party so she could have some fun.
Wow, now I'm even more excited. You're an awful nice guy to throw a party for a portrait.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Hmm?
Well, I can't call it a real party till we've got at least one more person. You know anyone?
My neighbor's yelling. They're like, "Arr!"
Like upset?
I can't tell.
It's gotta be someone who's a real heartthrob like you.
Who do you think he's gonna choose?
Epic.
Ethel.
I'm a heartthrob?
Totally! And you're rich! Plus, you love fun stuff like parties, and you're always up for something new.
I'm sure I follow why it's so important, but you want someone who's an all-around catch, right?
Oh! Leona could work since he's a prince.
He'd be perfect if he wasn't too lazy to come.
Good thing I've got an ace up my sleeve.
No joke? Let's give it a shot then.
Off we go!
Botanical Garden Temperate Zone.
You in, Leona? Got a question for you.
And just what do you want? Any reason you decided to waltz into my territory like you own the place?
Ouch! Looks could kill. Just give me a hot second to explain, okay? We're throwing a party for Rosaria, the portrait set in the West Hall. It'd be really nice if more people came, so would you be up for joining us? Could be worth your while. She's been stuck in that hallway since way before we showed, so she knows just about everything that's gone on here. Like, say, the old spellbinder. Can't hurt to make nice with her, right? Interested?
Doesn't look like I am. Scram.
Yeah, that's how I figured this would go. Sorry for bugging you. Let's try asking someone else, Cater.
Hey, Leona! So this portrait I'm talking about, Rosaria? She's been so lonely this whole time. I was hoping we could give her a reason to smile. That's why I'm throwing her a party. Won't you come and cheer her up, please?
All right. I guess I could go.
That worked?
Score! Rosaria's gonna flip when she sees you.
Portrait or not, respect ladies, and Rosaria is lady.
I still can't believe my ears. I thought for sure he'd turn us down flat.
Told you I had an ace up my sleeve. Leona's Kingdoms is all about being respectful to ladies.
Who knew?
Ruggy told me. I know I look good and fancy free, but I tend to keep my ear to the ground more than you think. I've even caught a ton of dirt on you.
Like what?
What's the holdup? Quit your yapping and let's get a moving.
Okay then. Nice work, Cater.
Why
I'm
did you
sure
talk like an old man?
Huh?
Because he is one.
Oh,
He's the oldest. He's like 18.
he's 20.
He's a super senior.
Nice work, Cater. I'm sure Rosaria will be so happy.
Yeah, and I'll be happy too, because now I can finally figure out what's on that history exam.
What?
That's your angle?
Oopsie, did I say that out loud? Anyway, let's not keep Rosaria wait. Kaleem! Leota! Our dorm meeting can't start till the house warden shows. Everyone's waiting on you.
We've got a meeting today?
Raggy, Leona, Professor Cruel's gonna go straight up barrel if you miss your potionology makeup class.
Ah, you just had to find me.
You were gonna play hooky again, weren't you? You both had other plans? But you said you'd come to the party with... Like there's any time for a party! No!
Interior hallway.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, I was furious. Not that I blame her since I had to cancel last minute. I was so close! She was hung right outside the faculty office, so I'm almost positive she knows everything they say in there. She would have been able to tell me what was going to be on that history exam for sure. Oh well, it's not like studying is the worst thing in the world. And I gotta say, she's pretty as a picture when she gets mad. Oh, I had
Pretty as a picture.
unfortunate ending. I was hoping like other people would come instead.
New one. Yeah, me too.
Like I didn't expect them to just have to cancel.
Traitor.
Get it?
No.
Force field.
This looks like Vargas's turf.
I'm over this. Why do we gotta do 10 laps around the campus grounds anyway?
It's PE. Not sure what you were expecting.
Why do you say PED instead of the acronym with 2 dots?
Oh, start walking when you're in the halfway point. Come on, Cater. Just 5 more laps and you're done.
But halfway means there's a whole other half to dash. I smell like trash. I might have a rash. I just want to crash.
What is he on about?
Up to you then, Mr. Rhyming. I'm going on ahead.
No, don't leave me.
Complaining's not going to get you to the finish line any faster, so you may as well grit your teeth and run. See you.
How could you betray me like this?
So what do you say in Japanese?
Uragiri tremono. That nerd really left me in the lurch. I bet when they give homework over holiday breaks, he does it all on the first day too. You're only 18 once, and I'd rather spend it doing all I can to nothing. What? Doing
All I can to do
nothing.
How did you omit a whole word?
Because he was being confusing. Oh, I think I found a loophole. Inside Jenny. All a lap technically means is crossing the finish line. So, if I could use my signature spell to create 5 copies of myself, I bag my laps all in one go. Doesn't look like Coach Vargas is paying any attention either. I'm him and he's them. Spirito Cado. I like the way you think, Ore. Way to go, me. You're totes smart, me. Who says GJ?
English cater.
Me?
What is that supposed to mean?
Good job.
Good job?
Thank you. So here's the deal. Each of you has to jog 1 lap.
No way.
You do that, and I'll technically have 5 laps in total. And the faster we can wrap this up, the faster we can go do something more fun. Works for me. I'm off. See you in 1. You got this, me number 1. That's the first lap. Only 4 more left. Number 2, off and away. Running 5 laps by myself would have sucked, but this way's a cinch. Keep it up, me. 3 more to go. Yeah! And that's number 4. This last one's all me. Whip.
You aren't unusually high spirits for PE, Cater. I thought you hated this class.
What? Itoru-kun, you're not in my PE class.
I'm not, but class 2E is in the midst of flying lessons, so I noticed you for both.
Oh, Oh, yeah? Incidentally, you're such a beast at flying that I've always wanted to post you on my magic cam. No time like the present. Ha ha ha.
Rather than talk about me, let's talk about you. Were you aware that there are no less than 5 copies of you on the campus grounds? Why is that?
No way. That must have been like a trick of the light. Yeah, you were brooming and zooming so fast, you somehow saw 5 of me.
I was what?
Because you fly so fine, and you're so cute that you could almost pass for a butterfly.
You really think you can con Riddle? Of all people, with a bunch of random compliments? Give it up, Cater.
Not you.
You're well aware that it's against the campus rules to use your signature spell in class. To think a Heartstopper would stoop so low. I'll be reporting this to Coach Vargas.
No, anything but that.
Count your blessings, Cater. Had it been a dorm rule, it would have been off with your head right away.
Done. I can't believe I had to do a whole tenor because I tried skipping out on the first time around. Vargas doesn't play.
What you just
What happened to you, Trey?
It sounded like he got dunked underwater.
How about now?
You're still a little far, but
Great to see you survived, even though you got exactly what you deserved. Here's a towel.
Ugh, traitor! Traitor! I thought we were tight.
Why do you think I stepped in? Your punishment would have been a lot worse if you kept lying to Riddle. I'm the vice house warden. You and me are tight, but me and Riddle, tighter.
I'm never trusting you again. I'm switching dorms.
Oh, Cater tunes. How come you got 5 love gems?
love customs.
Oh yeah.
Open your mouth. In Heartstopper Lounge. Shoot, gotta hurry since it's almost lights out. I think I'm good on brushing out a gargle and done.
Wait, Ace, that's only once. The Queen of Hearts rule number 648. One must brush one's teeth twice after eating turkey. The house warden even reminded us several times.
Quit being such goody two-shoes. It's not like he's watching us, so good night. Unfortunately for you, the house warden is.
The house warden.
Ice. Yeah, Trey, I've got the worst luck. The best luck, if you ask me. I won't say a word to the house warden as long as you do what you're supposed to.
See? Trey's kind enough to let minor errors in judgment slide if you work to make up for it.
Hey, I still say it's a dumb rule, but I'll brush him. Brush him.
Huh?
Say it, Pastor.
Hello?
Go, read it.
Oh, cooked codes.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, but not read this line.
Hello?
Yeah, but we didn't hear you read this line. Say
Hello?
before you start. Hi, but we didn't hear you read this line.
Hello.
Hello?
Dad,
Hello?
we are responding to you.
Well, I didn't hear forever.
We were constantly responding to you.
It had, like, there was a 10-second stretch where the music stopped altogether. Then it came back, but it was still just me.
Well, can you read this line?
Before you two start, though, open your mouths and let me have a look-see. Oops. There's no way that's one of the rules. Sorry. Or it's a habit from back home. It's my job to make sure my younger siblings really brush their teeth. Gotcha. Sure, I can believe that.
So you're an older brother, Trey?
Yeah, I've got a little brother and sister.
No wonder you have such a knack for looking after everyone. Thinking back, you've always had a kind of older brother thing going on. You're always calmly watching over us. I can't even imagine you getting angry.
Is that what I'm like? What? You've never noticed? Even Riddle Me Fitz leans on you.
You should call him that from now on.
Riddle me Fitz? What did he originally say there?
Riddle me Fitz.
Fitz.
You don't call him that, Pastra?
Never.
Riddle Me Fitz? He just calls your name and you're right there to fix the problem. He doesn't even have to tell you what it is. You're practically superhuman. Oh, now you're just trying to butter me up. That won't get you out of brushing your teeth again. There goes the plan.
It wasn't my plan.
Oh, I see the bristles on your brushes are looking a little worn. Oh, wait. How about I give you both my spares?
Really? Thank you. Stuff like this is what I meant when I said you reminded me of an older brother.
Oh, yeah. See it now. I'm sure I'll notice myself doing it all the time now that you've pointed it out. Just how many spares do you have? Did you rob a dentist? Oh, those aren't spares. I use a different brush for different parts of my mouth.
What the?
On purpose?
There's a regular brush, but there's also a bunch of little brushes with funny shapes.
Each one has a specific use. One for your whole mouth, one for the back, stuff like that. The fan-shaped one is for scraping your tongue. And I use floss after I'm done, of course.
It's just like you not to skimp on the details.
That's wild. All that for just brushing teeth? Teeth can't heal themselves once they've gone bad, so I say you could never be too vigilant. Though maybe I'm just more conscious of that fact than most since I grew up in a patisserie. Proper dental care has drilled into me from day one. Thankfully, it's paid off. I got a clean bill of health every time I visit the dentist.
I'm impressed. Me, I hate going to the dentist.
And I'll teach you some better brushing habits. Maybe they'll help you avoid the drill.
Ugh, even thinking about it makes my teeth hurt.
Are you really going along with this? We're not kids. At least I don't need to be taught squat. Age is irrelevant when it comes to brushing teeth.
Very true.
With how often our dorms holds tea parties with sweets, I'd argue that getting the fundamentals down now is more important than ever. My preschool teacher babied me less than you.
Would this be the correct angle for holding the toothbrush?
No!
Oh, this is really happening, huh? You hold it like that, you won't go between your teeth and gums. A 45-degree angle is that.
Like with?
Now you got it. Be sure to hold it at a right angle when brushing the front. Yep, this is really happening. Get to it, Ace. Yes, Mom. Huh? Toothpaste go. You're welcome to use mine. Well, thanks.
It's gonna be ultra spicy toothpaste.
Oh, right there. That is entirely too much paste. What? The abrasives inside toothpaste can damage your enamel. You only need a smidgen of it to get the job done. Thanks. Too much force, Deuce. You're liable to cause damage if you keep that up.
Ugh.
Aw.
Use gentle, quick strokes. No need for a vice grip on the brush either. Hold it with the same force you would a pen. It's good you're taking it seriously. Brush it now, brush it off now, and you won't have any teeth left to brush it later.
Mm, That was.
That was a lot.
It's finally over. At first, I thought you were just looking out for us the way you always do, but now.
You're just some kind of weird dentistry nerd. I'm honestly freaked out by how into this you are. Okay, final check. Open your mouth. Oops, did it again.
What?
Sorry again. Like I said, force the habit. Tooth Fairy, meet your natural born enemy.
Why would it be enemy?
Because you make
Because
sure your
the
teeth
tooth-
never fall out.
Oh, I thought it would be like an ally.
I guess
Tell
when
me
you're a
about
kid, but if you're older, then the only reason your teeth would fall out is not proper care.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right, it's a phone up to make. Tell me when you're ready. Start reading again.
I'm ready, quick guy.
Nailing is bare minimum in the sports field. Next up is flight. We have a test today, too. I believe we're supposed to be making consecutive sharp turns at high speed. And what? Somersaults, too? I get that we're juniors, but does Coach Vargas need to drive us so hard? I know he's going to assign remedial lessons after school if I fail. Unless I can squeak by with a passing grade, it'd be all right. It's all about nailing that bare minimum. Just a second.
What's the time to do, Pastor?
Some somersaults. He was inspired.
All right. What's all the commotion?
Someone, anyone!
Is someone yelling?
Who could it be? Oh,
Your neighbor.
Help me!
Just how fast is that student flying through the air? Wait, isn't that Colleen?
Are you alright, House Warden? Don't you dare let go of that carpet!
Hey, you're the Vice House Warden of Hartsville, aren't you? Can't you do something?
What in the world is going on here?
Our House Warden said he wanted to travel to class by magic carpet from now on, and...
Uh-huh. The magic carpet's out of control then. Gotta call your own Vice House Warden right away.
We already called Jamil. He's on his way here from his class.
And then go to the faculty office and get one of the professors to.
imagine me yelling this, but I can't yell.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
And of course, I'm the one who conveniently has his broom on him. Well, I certainly don't want to see him fall from that carpet and get seriously hurt. I'll just have to fly up and get him then. Up. Colleen, I'm coming to get you.
Trey, you're my hero. Whoa! Hey, it's shooting up even higher.
That thing's a magical relic from the Scalding Sands, isn't it? Look at that speed. No wonder it's a national treasure. Not exactly sleek. With Kaleem clutching at it for dear life, hopefully the mobility of my smaller broom will give me an advantage. Hang on a little longer.
Uh-oh.
Woods
Fell.
behind campus.
Ew, you saved my life, Trey. Thank you. It was pretty fun in its own way, though.
The carpet's fringe here is a little unraveled. Is that why it was so hard for you to control?
Maybe. It has been a while since I took it out of storage. I'll ask Jamil to fix it up later.
Well, no one likes feeling unappreciated. Maybe it's payback for that.
Huh? Is Riddle not appreciating you enough? You always seem like a good guy to me. Just don't ball it up if it's upsetting you. You should talk it out with him.
I was talking about the carpet, not me. I was either really thick of you or incredibly perceptive.
Hey.
Oh yeah, let's throw a banquet at my dorm after class to thank you for busting me out of a jam. I mean, you can vent all you want while we eat.
It's sweet of you to offer, but... Oops. Much time on Kaleem, I forgot about class.
Vargas Field.
Sports field.
You listen here, Clover. You think you can show up late to my class?
I'm really sorry, Coach.
And you're late on a test date, too. Which means you've earned yourself a whopping 0. I might even have to hold you back a year. At least, that's what I'd normally say. But you get a free pass today.
I do?
With the way you saved the seam? Of course you do! You did a beautiful hammerhead and inside loop straight into a knife edge, and all at top speed! In short, you passed every part of the exercise with flying colors! I never knew you could move like that! Always good to see someone really benefit from my lectures!
Guess there's a silver lining to doing good. Managed to get out of those remedial lessons.
Now we have to foster that newfound talent in you. Congratulations, Clover. Starting today, you're taking one-on-one lessons after school with me. I made Rosehearts into the flying master he is today, so don't you worry. I'll make a champion out of you yet. Remember, I'm taking time out of my busy schedule to help you, just to help you. No turning back now!
They should have stuck with that bare minimum.
Oh, Trey, senpai. I mean, Clover senpai. Are we gonna do a ruggy?
Are you feeling dinnery?
Perhaps. What did you have in mind?
Chicken nuggets, French fries, or a calzone. Or you?
What about you?
I'm gonna have which one you don't.
I suppose chicken nuggets, since I already had a sandwich-like thing for lunch.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start that. So give me a second.
You can do some lessons faster. Dire Crowley.
Uh-huh.
Move on the chessboard. Move Sebek. If you move Sebek to Crowley, you'll get a huge boost.
I will actually.
Spend a move to proceed this tile. And Grim, he's there, but he's like a red herring, so don't worry about him. You want to add Kaleem to your team. You didn't add him. I don't know if it's gonna work.
All my Kaleems are dead.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, there's one more left.
See that one? That one would really help you.
He's kind of weak though.
Why is he weak? Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Well, he has more health than Sebek. The middle Sebek. How is your riddle almost dead, bro?
Everyone's almost dead. These are my last two SSRs right here.
Oh no.
I need a tray in here.
Do the evil tray.
かかってこい
Kakate koi!
Got the koi!
たくないんだけどな
Are you ready to see all these guys die?
I guess. Wow, you have a fraction of the health, Bashka.
面白そうだ無理するな笑い悪くない役に立って
You better use a healer, Fashka.
I don't have one. They're all dead.
Oh no. Oh, they heal a little bit. Use Sebek and then Malleus.
よろしい
Yoroshi.
Trust me, Fashka, mine would have worked.
はい
Bastion, you could do this. You can barely clutch us out if you play your cards right. Good choice. Good choice. Boom. Uh-oh! Bastion, watch out!
I told you they were all gonna die.
You didn't get to move
It's
to
okay.
Dire.
It retains the health.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're using evil tray.
かかってこいあまり手荒なことはしたくないんだけどな
That was the tray I was talking about.
Oh yeah.
いいんじゃない
行こう
Use
か
Cater's dual magic.
頼んだぞどんどん待ったなしだまだと思う
I don't even know if you're gonna win this one, Fashka.
さあ俺もそうする
Oh, never mind. Why is this Jamil so
も
strong?
う十分でしょ
He's level 80. I mean 78. But we had 2 deaths.
Actually, you're losing all your car. Oh, Grimm's moving! Use Khalid. Yes!
Oh no, it's dipping into my R cards because I'm running out of SRs too.
Well, I did say to use Khalid, so this should work if you're smart about it. You know, use your Khalid wise.
俺と勝負
Easy.
受けて
Khalid
立
was the one who talked. That was a good
つ役
sign.
にな。
いいと思うぞ。
無理
Watch,
はすんなよ。
Khalid's gonna like carry hard.
まだ
Why do you have toboggan, Sebek?
いいな。
としたらよ。
見せてやるよ。
いいな。
それで行くか。
ほう。
無理はすんなよ。よし。
Bastra, come on. You had 2 Kalims and you still lost. Kalim's really good in this. He's a team of all Kalims. Lils!
Just kidding. Azul's my last SSR.
Look at
He's
him.
gonna die. He's gonna die in this.
No, he's not. Just defeat this one lowly commoner. Why is Azul so smart?
ええ、面白い。おやすみ、面白いこと
He
を
would
しろ。
lose easily.
おや。面白い。やりますね。ふむ。おやすみ。
Keep using Lilia.
どうも。次はこいつじゃ。
Wait, which one's Trey?
いいだろ
He's not here.
う。リドルさん。では作戦を投げちゃいますね。
Whoa!
静か。
That dual magic did
Nice
a
kick
lot.
Yeah, and I see what I meant about using the dual magics.
Yes. Hey, cooked father.
All right, it's cooking. So we can do another chapter.
Okay.
やろう。よろしい。やるよ。覚悟はできたか。見くびるなよ。
I am being rude.
You are?
Classroom, Sebek, what do you expect? Pathetic. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? The photographer is surely wondering what's become of us. Come, we mustn't dawdle. I've already told you I ain't going. In the world would I have a picture taken with you just for measly school paper? Why? Because you and I are house wardens. Next features intended to acquaint new students to our dorms. Thus, I am obliged to place all alluring assets of Onfiore on display for their viewing pleasure. House wardens are the face of the dorm, as it. There's nothing you can say that'd talk me into getting prettied up over a school paper, and I'd just write some spiel about us instead. Professional never cuts corners, and never would there be a truer tragedy than a spiel without an accompanying visual. You're coming, and that's final. Well, be arguing with a wall. Let's get this over with. Wait, have you failed to notice that the button on your vest is loose? Who cares? still does what it's supposed to. Ah, this won't do at all. It dangles, makes you look like no better than a almond popper. That is why I detest Savannah Claw. Each and every one of you is only one more boorish and uncouth than the next. How I pity your poor uniforms. I will assume you don't carry a sewing kit with you, as a proper gentleman of your age would. Do I rightly assume that as a prince you've been taught that an inability to attend to yourself is somehow acceptable? Unbelievable that you and I both rank as house wardens. As I've no other choice, I shall deign to grant you use of my sewing kit. Now, fix that button at once.
I don't know, it's so.
Why ever are you taking off your vest? Sorry, I'm being rude. But it would do me well for a dignified gentleman like you to show me how it's done. Why do I have to fix your button? Well, you don't have to. I'm perfectly fine going like this. Is this how you want me to look on such an important occasion? There he is, Vil Schoenheit, through all the twisted Wonderland is the fairest of them all. Still, he must be awfully full of himself to not even spare a passing glance at who's standing next to him. Imagine that's what people will think, seeing me like this next to you, but heck if I care. Go on, show me how it's done, since I'm so, what was it again? Boorish and uncouth. Your smirk right now is utterly appalling. Give me your vest and be quick about it. Singing a new tune now, ain't you? You're a little more than a fine prop to... excuse me. You're a little more than a fine prop to decorate my stage, and professional always look after his props. One heck of a pricey prop, though. Show some gratitude. Do you know shred of dignity? If it weren't for this photo shoot, this vest would... What is it? This button is similar to the others, but clearly different. This isn't one of the originals. You do know how to... Yeah, the slipshod work, of course. You could have tried to use a matching button. Who cares when you can barely notice it? I think you tricked me into fixing it for you. It wouldn't have mattered if you did or didn't, you know. As always. Excuse me. I'm back.
You're cutting out more than usual codes. Are you far from your phone or something?
It's what from my face. Time one of them comes off, I just hang my stuff in my room and the button's suddenly back on again. There's never any point to putting in the time to fix it. It's funny though. Say I recall ever casting a spell like that. That would be because you clearly never did. I'm just fixing them for you. Ruggy, I'm sure. Ooh. Magic, ruggy. It fixes itself either way. You are repugnant. The only thing you have going for you is a handsome face. Was that? That is why I hate spoiled princelings.
Oh, gosh. How could he just brush off Ruggy like that?
Are you still good on time? The poor Ruggy just like, God,
Gotta fix the button.
Yeah.
Just my tail. In the sports field.
Trey, Lilia, good day to you both. Class A is delighted to be your opponent today.
Quit putting words in people's mouths. I ain't delighted about nothing. Feel free to count me out on soccer, thanks. I mean, do I look like some sad cub who goes yapping around after balls all day?
Don't be like that. It's not every day we have joint classes. That, and I think this unusual lineup will birth some fascinating result. Oh my.
You okay, Lilia?
I'm fine. Sorry to startle you, Trey. Caught a little stumble due to the sun draining me.
You think you can take me on while staggering around like a newborn gazelle? Now that's funny. How about I tie my hands behind my back and beat you with just my tail?
Aren't we quick to judge? You'll come to regret that. A roaring lion who can't properly assess his prey's capabilities is but a mewling kitten.
You think that's what I am? And what does that make you, Pipsqueak? Frail, bad, about to be swatted down by Kitty's paw.
The way you judge based on appearance alone is so adorably juvenile.
Cool it, Trey. Cool it, you two. No need to fight during class.
Why do you have to like tell himself to cool it?
Because, trying to calm down.
He feeds off the energy of others.
2 minutes, by the way.
Indeed. You are both merveils, whatever that means. Now enough of this regrettable spat.
I believe it's my duty as an elder to educate the young on life's many harsh realities. But very well. If you're afraid of losing, know that this is your last chance to tuck that cute kitten tail between your legs and scurry away.
You want to go that bad, you got it. I don't need a team either. I'll take you on myself.
Don't be an idiot. A soccer team requires 11 players.
Yes, I like your enthusiasm. In fact, I will also take you on alone.
Hey now, didn't you just say you weren't feeling well?
See that cloud above us? It's covering the sun. Truly, even the heavens are on my side.
Please. You would have just used it as an excuse after you lost anyway, so it's fine by me. There's no stopping them now.
Oh la la. Indeed not. We can only sit back and see what comes of this.
You think this is funny, don't you?
And you don't? I believe you're desperately trying to hide a smile as we speak.
Well, it's piqued my interest at any rate. No clue how this is going to go. Okay, you two, take your positions on the opposite side of the ball and go. Leona's got possession of the ball first, huh? He's not bad when he actually tries.
Sorry, but I'll be taking that.
Well, yeah, just try it. Did you see how he kicked the ball with the back of his foot to shake off Lilia? That's some fancy footwork.
That's just the sort of ostentatious showing I'd expect from Leona.
Not bad, but I'm even quicker. Whatever will you do now that the ball is mine? Just take it, if you can.
Hold still, you.
Lilia, however, may be much too agile for him. He stole the ball away in an instant.
I didn't even see how he did it. He's making excellent use of his small stature.
And here's my chance. And here's my chance of goal. You'll be eating your words after this long shot.
Yeah, right. Ball's not going anywhere. I can't believe he tackled him like that. Can't believe he managed to stop the ball with one leg. It was flying like a bullet. Then again, Savannah Claus house warden for you. Ready to weep, here I come.
Silly boy.
Lilia blocked Leona's long shot with his head! What a bold move! It hardly suits those darling looks.
Your defense has been marvelous, I'll admit. But how will you deal with this?
Deal with? I can stop a piddly shot like that with my eyes closed. What about this?
Ow! Très bien! I won't soon forget the sight of two powerful forces colliding in battle.
You're not half.
I could say the same. You're an impressive little youngster. At this rate, I might have to stop holding back.
Bring it then. I can take whatever you can throw at me. Neither of them have given an inch. At this rate, this is never going to end.
And so what if it doesn't? Just look how much fun they're having. Who wins? Who wins, Fastra?
Lilia.
Lilia wins that? Because he was
Yeah.
holding back?
Yeah.
Fair.
Well, dinner's ready.
May
What?
you bring it in, Mr. Cookie Guy?
Yeah. In a second.
With a fork, please. So what's gonna happen now that Azul's fighting?
He's gonna die because it's a firefight.
What about
But-
Lils?
Let's see. Oh, level 1 Malleus. Okay.
What's going on?
I'm using the dredges, the last scraps.
Why didn't you just get more strong cards?
They all died. This is the hardest battle map that a lot of people give up on.
There.
Figaro, Figaro, Figaro.
Is that what he said?
No.
Pastor, you're losing very bad. Pastor, I think you need more HP. You don't have any compared to this guy.
Yeah.
Even Chef Will loses now.
And they're dead.
You are out of moves. You have restored your moves.
I think I need to use my revive tickets at this point. They're all, oh, well, there's these last few SRs. Ugh, okay.
Use them.
準備はいいな。力と力以外に戦う術はある。わかった。反論はな。むなよ。強気だな。かかってこっちだ。
He only did 500.
Oh, yeah. Well, you need a lot of them. Yeah.
Any more SRs? Okay. They're all level 1s.
準備はいいな。
How come?
なんて不幸せな人なんでしょう。
Because they're the dredges along the bottom.
やります。
Dredges.
ラムなよ。そうだ。強気だな。
Soda.
あっけないな。
Just revive your Lilia.
Yeah, I'll need to.
わかった。ラムなよ。少子戦馬だな。
Fascia, this is
張り合いが。
this is sad.
Keep forgetting. And now we're at ours only.
Huh.
準備はいいな。
俺と勝負いいぜ。受けて立
Use it.
いいぞ。
つ。いいな。
恨むなよ。
こういうこともできるんだぜ。聞いて。
How come these little R cards think they can win?
わか
それでいくか。
贈り物。
No one's told them otherwise.
張り合いがない。
You love making grim moves to there.
準備はいいな。丸飲みに
Jumbuina.
Say it.
考えいいだろう。
Either.
Figaro, Figaro, Figaro.
ついだな。さあどうだ。よく
Pastor, what's Leona Senpai even
面白い
doing?
ことをしよ
Facing off against Lilia.
う。張り合いがない。
We should use a team of ruggies.
I don't. Ruggy isn't a choice.
準備はいいな。
Aw.
なんて不幸せな人なんでしょう。
The whole thing, you choose certain characters,
それな。
and then you can only use cards of the characters you chose.
恨むなよ。
どうする。
And you, of course, use Wills.
ほら
Yeah.
いい調子だ。
Did you also choose Cater?
いや
Yeah.
恨むなよ。張り合いが
Why do you keep losing so bad?
Because it's not any of my good cards. I'm wanting to use everybody, and then I'm gonna revive. Oh, I still had some SRs for it.
準備はいいな。力と牙以外に
Tatakazuba.
面白い。恨むなよ。恨むなよ。こり
Good.
面白い。あっけないな。
Oh,
Another turn?
気楽にな。
た。恨むなよ。お安くして
こっちがついて。
だな。張り合いがない。
Why don't you just restore like 5 moves at a time?
I should.
準備はいいな。力と牙以外に
How many more cards do I even have?
始め
I
よう。
thought it'd be like a.
お前は俺の手の内前へ。いただきます。あっけないな。
When can we read the Halloween event?
In October.
See, look at the. Whoa! I didn't know you could pull this up. How did I do that?
Oh, Pastor.
That's cool. Ooh. They just. Wait. It only works on some of the characters. Do you like spam tap?
Maybe double tap?
It doesn't work on him though. Oh. If I just double. Okay, it's double tap like on the center of their body. But sometimes. Oh no, it's just a single tap.
始めようか。恨むなよ。張り合いが。
Oh. I ran out of cards.
So how do you revive him? Lillian!
Who do I want?
That cater. Oh, you already got it. Upside down riddle.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When one of the overblats, do they ever go back to their previous self,
Yeah.
準備はいいな
or are they like the ones from the digital circus where they just get thrown in the
本気か
basement?
勝負の旋盤
Imagine if they did that, you know, like they got put in some sort of holding spell.
もう十分
Well, there is book 6.
Explain codes.
Book 6, they throw them all in the basement.
You see, General Lily could do that with just one turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who should I fight first?
Sebek.
Grim.
Grim is me. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have revived a fire only.
Smug riddle.
I should have done upside down riddle.
Mm-hmm. I was telling you.
Oh, well.
丸飲みにして丸飲みにしてやろう
Why is there a Sebek on your team and against himself?
いろんなナイスだらしないぞだらしないぞケイト先輩の祝福に感謝しようセベクちゃんハピバー
Happy truck, happy bar.
ミスするよ無礼者めしぶといいろんなし少子はセベク邪魔だけは息がたく息すぎ
What do you think about traveling, Grim?
Traveling Grim, that's a penalty in basketball. Oh, I don't know if you. No. Pastor asked what we thought about Traveling Grim. Bob thinks he's very powerful.
Okay.
Well,
丸飲みにしてやろう許可し役を取ろう甘いよ端をしてたわいないなもう十分
I'm about to face off against Lilia himself.
What was this talk about traveling Grim?
Grim travels across the map.
When?
Just now. I'm about to fight Lilia.
Huh? Why'd you goose? Birthday Sebex.
Because he's strong. And this lineup I can do 2 different combo or duo magics.
That's it.
奇策を俺もそうするお前は俺の手の内加減はなし楽しみだとっておきだ泣いてる
その程度か無理は少子千番邪魔だけは息がかかれない
Oh, hey, Pastra.
それ無理は禁物じゃケイト先輩の祝福に感謝これくらいをやる ほら
Oh no,
What?
Riddle died.
Riddle what?
Look, it's Traveling Grim.
He's so good at that.
All right, we're both done with dinner, by the way.
I'm about to ooh, I might have to revive. But I see it. I've never been able to do this before because my cards were all too weak and I would have had to keep using like gems and stuff to revive them, but I haven't had to use any gems yet. Oh, little Riddle. Okay. No dual magics.
いいんじゃない？
しぶとい。
はいはい。私の学校へ行こう。見せちゃいますか。こんなもんかな。
遊んでやる。
Oy.
I just saw you send a message at 7:20, Fastra. You said at
I
first.
did?
Yeah, but I didn't see it until just now. Are you talking about Gigi's tail?
俺もそうする。
Oh yeah,
俺の手の
I
俺が
just
見る。
saw this.
I died.
Yeah, so this was me when I... Wait, what? Oh, weird. This is me when I saw how much health Dire Crowley had.
That's a lot.
That's how they're saying no love.
No, Fastra. It's not no love. Fastra, who's...
All right,
Yes?
I'm gonna feed him right now.
You defeat Dire's Crowley?
Uh-huh.
How?
Having him in my team.
心配する。すべてうまく。しぶとい。超視線馬。邪魔だけは生きがって。
Wait. How's Dire Crowley so strong and Crowley-like?
Look, it's gonna be him versus him.
So I finally bit my match. I like the bats having spasms around Lilia.
I did it.
You make Crowley... You make Crowley say Yasashina des?
Mhm.
Grim's
I've never-
traveling.
This is a big feat. See, they even give you this title.
Arcade combo. Yeah, whoa.
Hey. In my year and a half of playing this game, I've never been able to do this, and I did it
Hey.
on stream.
Did you have good cards?
Yeah, I had Lils.
And what do you know about Lils?
He did not get caught red-handed. Cookie Eye?
Caught red-handed
Riddle-handed.
in a cafeteria.
Cafeteria. How'd I do 'em? The cafeteria is pretty crowded. It'll probably take the whole lunch break just to get through the line. Might be better if I start cooking for myself and eating in the classroom. Huh?
Is that Riddle?
Coon.
So, but
Where's that rotten smell coming from? It's all
It is
over the
Riddle.
cafeteria. Baseman's nose like mine is better than most, but I can't be the only one smelling this. If some kind of dangerous potion's at work here, the school will be up in a panic in no time. And then I won't be able to practice today. I gotta find the source and take care of it before anyone else notices. I bet I could hunt it down quickly enough with my signature spell, but I can't use it in a place like this. Time to follow my nose. Sniff, sniff. Wait a sec. Is it coming from that seat in the right-hand corner?
Where Riddle's sitting.
Oh, how's it flown, sea urchin?
It isn't Jack Howe. Come to join us for lunch by any chance? Not exactly. I got a question for you two. Mind showing what's in that briefcase you got down there? Now, we're in the cafeteria. If you're in the mood for business, I'll have to ask that you meet with us at Mostro Lounge after class.
As if you're itching to see what's inside, then you gotta make nice and pay the price.
You're up to something shady again, aren't you? Now hand it over.
What was that? You wanna throw down?
You heard me. Let me see what's inside. Now. No, don't force it open.
You fool!
What? What? What kind of weird liquid is this? This is even what I was smelling before. It's more of an ocean smell. It happens to be the latest beauty lotion we've developed. We were planning to hand this to our client, but now... So it wasn't anything dangerous after all. Sorry for jumping to conclusions. I'll pay you back. There's that smell again. 2 seats over to the left. That's it. You've got to be kidding me. You're the culprit?
Culprit? Hello, Jack. Do you need something?
Okay, come clean, Apple. Show me what it is you're hiding.
I was just enjoying some Vichelsais and risotto. Really?
You can't fool my nose. You're about to be caught red-handed.
Could you stop sniffing like that? Please?
Got it. It's coming from your coat pocket.
Wait!
Is this a food container? Well, time for the big reveal. It's packed with onions.
That's right. Sliced onions, chopped onions, shredded onions. Oh, and onion oil as well.
I hate onions. Why do you even have these in your pocket in the first place?
Well, my house warden said I needed to focus on eating full-course meals with impeccable manners this week. But they've all been rather lacking in flavor, so I've gotten into the habit of sprinkling onions on my food when no one's looking. Now, I hope you have something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah, I'm sorry for suspecting you. And for messing up your lunch. I apologize.
I'll forgive you if you eat every last one of the onions in here.
No, anything but that.
Kidding. I wouldn't do that to someone who knows how to give a proper apology. Say, since you're here, how would you like to join me for lunch?
Sure. I guess it's about time. We're in the same class, but we've barely talked to each other before now. Just please keep those onions as far away from me as possible.
Oh, poor Evan. Just trying to enjoy his lunch.
Something's still off. On the sports field.
What's my time, Deuce? 10.21 seconds. That's incredible, Jack. Looks like I'll have some competition for top freshmen at the club's track meet next week. Not good enough. Time me again. You're going all in on this. Is it because this meet will affect who gets to attend inter-school competitions? I know I'll get picked as long as I keep at it. I'm more concerned with me. feels like my body just isn't functioning as well as it should be. I'm always going for runs and I've ramped up on weight training, and yet it somehow doesn't feel like it's enough. I feel you on that. I've been pushing myself to the limit every day lately. The other day I was so exhausted I couldn't even make it to my room. I ended up passed out on the entrance to the dorm. I just about had my head offed by the house warden because blocking pathways is against the queen's rules. That's just you being a dunce. Huh? I'm not a dunce. This is a sport. You research the most effective workout method and make a realistic training plan. It's all about proceeding rationally towards your goal. That's what got you this far, right? So it isn't actually about pushing yourself beyond your limits? Who am I to talk? It's not like I'm in peak form either. I just hate that I can't figure out what's holding me back. Let me go for another lap. Sure. 20 seconds, even better. Yeah, but something's still off. I'm not overdoing it. I'm not neglecting my health. So why?
Come, boys.
Hey, Jack, I think that's for us.
Did you not hear me? I said come!
That's Professor Cruel, isn't it? Probably should go then.
You pups are late. You're to come within 10 seconds of my calling you. Have I made myself clear?
Yes, sir. Was there any specific reason you called us, Professor Cruel?
There was. Mr. Howell of Class 1B, after watching your earlier run, I have decided that you are in need of correction.
You? I get Coach Vargas, but you're a science professor. Jack's nowhere near your territory.
Hush, pup. This is precisely why I cannot stand puppies. I have but a single thing to say to you, and it's not about science or track. Your gym uniform doesn't fit!
It doesn't?
Our beloved Night Raven College's uniform is a jumpsuit, meaning you cannot customize the top and bottom separately. If either half fits you poorly, then it will have a direct negative effect on the other half. You've been focusing on building your pectoral and brachial muscles, and now your upper half is bursting at the seams. That's caused the lower half to be raised.
Do you understand what he's talking about? Are you serious? That's the reason I felt so off?
Don't you see how the waist part of the suit is now at your stomach? Your hem isn't long enough. A poor fit in any one spot changes the feel of the whole outfit.
Now that you mention it, it does feel tight around my tail.
Down, Mr. Howell.
Ugh, don't press that thing against my neck. Please, sir, I don't think there's any need for violence. Even if you are one of our professors, I won't let...
Unzip and lower the shoulder line. That should suffice for the time being. I will warn you, however, not to open the zipper at your tail too widely. It's not a very becoming look.
Thank you, Professor. All right, Deuce, time me again. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
One last thing. Science and track are not wholly unrelated. Should you fail your final exam, you will be barred from track meet competitions. Throlin just appeared. Be good boys and don't neglect your studies. That is all!
Throlin's here. I'm
Throlin?
away from my computer.
Throlin just he arrived a few minutes ago and said, Spurs lost.
Oh no.
That's... Why does this
That's
keep
so
happening? Throlin. You're the bearer of bad news.
Man.
But welcome, Mr. Throlin. Good to see ya.
Good to see you, Mr. Throlin.
Good to Throlin you, Mr. Sia.
Did you read this already?
Yes.
Cheap. This is bad, Jack. What if one of us blows an exam? We'll be fine as long as we study every day. I always aim for the top scores in every subject anyway. Oh no. I've been so focused on track that I've barely been studying. I don't want to fail. I'm toast.
Like an Amori.
You really are a total dunce.
Throlan said, I've been in the stream. I just haven't said anything until now. Well, I appreciate you hanging around, Mr. Throlan. Even if you're silent, your presence is appreciated.
Yeah, he said he saw. What was the monkey's name?
Haberdasher.
Like, yeah.
Haberdasher.
He saw him.
Let's go. That's such a good picture.
No.
Grammy doesn't need fancy. In the cafeteria.
Okay, wait. I'm doing something very important. Whoops.
Yes.
What did I miss? Oh, there's the monkey. There he is.
I love him so much.
Did you expect to see him on the stream?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You should make him light up.
Yes. That'd be awesome.
Boy, oh boy. Leona's such a tyrant. I always have to fix the buttons. I wish he'd think of the time whenever he roars out orders. So what kind of grub can I nab for a midnight snack without anyone noticing? We've got eggs and... oh, someone's picked wild herbs and vegetables. I bet a soup would really hit the spot about now. Well then, don't mind if I do. There's tons to choose from. I'll just pick a few at random and chop them up. Throw some water in a pot, get some stock going, some salt and pepper.
Oh! Throlan with the 9-month sub. The Pog, Mud, and Mud arriving ×9. Let's
Thank you,
go.
Throlan.
That is very epic of you, Mr. Throlan. Thank you for supporting the channel for 9 whole months. That is quite a lot. Thank you, Mr. Throw. That is very epic. Let me adjust this real quick. Okay. What the?
Ooh, ba, ba, la. Okay, just needs to boil for a while and we'll be gonna be golden.
Oh, I thought I smelled something savory from the kitchen. Good evening, Ruggy.
Hey, Jade. Kinda funny to bump into someone else in the middle of the night.
Is it so odd? I find the dark brings me solace, so I enjoy taking the occasional stroll around the campus after
You're like
hours.
Kinger.
Now, about that soup you're making. Do I spot some scrumptious wild veggies floating in there?
Good eye. Not every day you see the good stuff, right? Might borrow a few more for some stir fry tomorrow, you know?
Will you? I don't recall giving you permission.
Huh?
I went to the mountain and gathered all of those myself. My last forage went rather well, if I do say so myself, but preparing them the same way each and every time can get ever so dull, which is why I placed them on the table in hopes of having one of the kitchen ghosts teach me a new recipe tomorrow.
Oh. I'm really sorry.
I haven't said a word.
Don't play dumb with me. We both know that there are consequences for borrowing from Octavanel. And yeah, I know that saying sorry isn't gonna be enough to make this go away. Wait, you said you wanted to change up how you cook these, right, Jade?
I did. What is the shuffling noises? I ultimately tend to settle between sauteing or boiling them.
Then you're in luck. I'll teach you some of my recipes. I know my way around every herb and vegetable here. Don't know if you'll like the taste or not, but it'll at least give you ideas on how to mix it up. So, that work for you?
Quite. How many recipes do you know then?
With these babies, maybe 30, give or take?
Well now, that many?
Most of them only involve adding seasonings and stuff, though. How about I show you a few tonight? Any more and the soup will start burning.
All right. Just a moment while I get something to write them down.
Okay, from the left we've got a marinade, a saute, and an omelet. Omelets are tasty enough with the bare minimum cheese and eggs, but throw in these herbs here and you kick them up to 11 just like that. The bitter greens don't mesh well in sautés, by the way. Anyway, all these foods will keep till tomorrow, so feel free to bring them back to the dorm and chow down whenever.
I see. Who knew such simple adjustments make for a variety of new recipes? This has truly been enlightening. I must admit, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah? Why's that?
I'd assumed they would each lack a certain flavor, but each one is more elaborately seasoned than the next.
That's the Ruggy guarantee. My Grammy taught me everything I know about the kitchen.
That explains it. She must be an exceptional cook.
Yeah, she was. Oh yeah, the best in our neighborhood, I bet. We never had fancy seasonings like these. But Grammy doesn't need fancy to make anything finger-licking good, trademark. If it's not rotten, that is.
Splendid. I'd appreciate if you didn't use some trademark phrases, but
Oh,
I'd be pleased if you taught me a few more of them sometime.
whoa there. I think what I just showed you was enough to cancel out my soup then, huh? Lesson 2 is gonna cost you.
You drive a hard bargain.
That dough's double for you. Okay, can't keep Leona waiting, so see you when I see you.
Cooking Ruggy. What do you know about cooking Ruggy cookie codes?
That he and I have a similar affinity for the kitchen.
Who's better at cooking?
Probably him, because I don't have 30 recipes memorized for sure. Lower. In the Mr. S's mystery shop.
I'm beat. You can only work your muscle so much in one day, you know. That muscle brain coach always pushes us too hard. Better wrap Leona's errands quick so I won't be late to the club. Hey, who's there? Don't you sneak up on me like that. Oh, it's just you, Silver.
Oh, pardon me, Ruggy. A wave of lethargy suddenly struck and I
Lethargy.
lethargy, and I couldn't resist a yawn.
Why are you in the campus store if you can barely stand on your feet? Oh, hey, you got a shopping list too. So you've got errands to run?
Yes, on Lilia's behalf.
Author.
What a coinkydink. Mine's for Leona. Guess we both got high maintenance upperclassmen running us ragged, huh?
That we do. Let's see. The things on this list are over here, I think.
He's so high that it's kind of funny to watch. He seems so intelligent, too. Maybe he stayed up late last night. Well, I better hop to it. I think Leona said he wanted that new drink that came out. Found it! What? It's 7 marks? Who spends that much on drinks when water's free? Yeah, princes and their money. I don't get it. But at least I'm not the one paying for it. Wait, where's Leona's wallet? Did I forget to grab it from him? Oh, yeah. He said he was going to practice for a change, so I gave it back to him. Maybe I've got enough. Nope, figured I wouldn't.
Is something wrong, Ruggy? You've been standing there for a while now.
Hey, you finished already? I just realized I forgot Leona's wallet, so I'm kinda in a pickle here. It'd be a pain to trudge all the way back to get it from him. I don't have enough on me to buy what he wants either.
How much do you need? I'll spot you.
Nah, that's fine. I'll figure something out. Hey, Sam!
Hey, hey! Running errands for the boss man again, my little imp.
Sure am. Except I forgot to bring his wallet with me. Think you could give me a special discount on this drink?
Why not? You're a regular, so I'm sure we can work out a deal. How much do you want it for?
I knew I could count on you. It'd be great if you could sell it for, say, a mark?
1 mark? Wasn't it 7?
Sorry, but that won't fly. I'll do $6.50.
150?
Fine. 6 marks.
Look how much my wallet's crying! See? It's got practically nothing!
5.
Lower! What if I swear to go on a wild spending spree with Leona's wallet next time?
Kind of spending spree.
I'll buy a dozen of this drink at full price.
Deal! $3.50.
You're the best! Here you go. Pleasure doing business with you.
We certainly know how to haggle. I'm seeing you in a whole new light now.
Really? I was going easy on him, to be honest.
And you always do that with Sam?
Only once in a while. Ain't nobody got the time to haggle on every single shopping trip. I was just in a rush today, so I couldn't hound on too much.
And what would have happened if you had more time?
Pretty sure I'd give him to sell me 3 for 7 marks. There's no way he got him for anywhere near what he's selling them. If you ever end up out on the street, I can teach you the art of the deal. Since you're a classmate and all.
Thanks.
You're supposed to stick your nose in the air and say, like, me living like a peasant? That'd never happen. Boy, oh boy. You really are out of it, huh?
What do you think of the Rugster cookie guy?
He's got plans. I don't know.
He's
I
what?
like his voice.
Say it,
I don't know.
Pastor.
Sweetie.
He has plans?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I was trying to think of something clever, but I couldn't think of anything.
I think he has plans.
Me too.
Manipulated by dice. In the classroom.
Good day to you, Idia. You're quite punctual.
Huh. You actually showed up today. Good timing, too. I've got just the game to kick off the club today.
You remember what club they're in together?
I do.
What is it, Cookie?
Track.
Yeah.
Back.
Track? These two unathletic people?
I couldn't think of any of the other clubs.
Pop music.
Board game club.
Oh, that makes sense.
Check it out. I snagged an early copy of the new edition of Magical Life. How now? If I recall, that board game was the popular one. Yup. You move your car along the board as much as the dice lets you, and along the way you can get married, buy a house, or blow it and go bankrupt.
You know a game like that, Cookie Guy?
No.
Aw.
You don't?
Oh, you mean like Monopoly?
You move as a car. and
Oh,
you can
Life.
get-
The game of life? Game of life?
Yeah.
I was thinking of the buying a house and going bankrupt part.
True.
I was forgetting about the.
They
Yeah,
should
'cause
add
remember
getting-
you,
They
you,
should
me,
add
and
getting married
Throwin
to
played
Monopoly.
the Game Boy version of the Game of Life recently.
Mhm.
Wait,
It
who
was
played
fun.
Yeah, we played it.
it? The Game Boy version?
Uh-huh.
How?
I held my phone up to the Game Boy screen and they told me what to do when it was their turn.
What?
It's the ultimate board game themed around life's many magical experiences. So, you know, the game's exactly what it says on the tin. Come on. Why don't I act like a member of the board games club for once and roll some dice with me? Thank you, but I'll pass. I'm not particularly fond of games that hinge primarily on luck. Surprise, surprise. You only ever go for strategy games where you develop land or manage a store or whatever. Don't you get tired of having to think about every single move? Wouldn't it be nice to play something that lets you leave it all to RNG? There's nothing to be gained by crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. I do, in fact, never get tired of thinking about every single move. Games like Magical Life, where all you do is toss numbers, are as simplistic as they are boring, and... Oh, don't worry, I get you. The short of it is, you don't think you can win if you can't plan ahead.
I beg your pardon?
Not even a guy with your intellect can compete against luck. Can't brain your way into making dice to your bidding, right? If that's where you're coming from, then we don't have to play. I don't want to make you QQ or something.
What's
What's that mean?
Ask Throlin.
Quickly quit?
Throwin, what does QQ mean?
Quickly quit. I will not quickly quit. Summon Throlin. We need him.
Throwin, we need you.
Throlin, press 1 if you're here. Throlin.
We'll wait for 10 more Oh. That's Cookie Guy.
Can't believe Throw missed his chance.
His cue has come and gone.
I'll look it up. In gaming, QQ is a slang term used to represent crying eyes and is typically used to mock someone who is complaining, whining, or upset.
Because they quickly quit.
I was thinking it was like an emoticon kind of thing, but I was like, he wouldn't say that out loud. But yeah, I guess that's what it means.
And just who exactly do you think you're talking to?
Are you implying that I would lose to you in a mere game of dice?
Oh, never. I just don't want to pressure you into something you can't handle.
You've done it now. Very well. I shall indulge your whims today.
Great. Good luck, have fun. Let's get rolling. But first we gotta pick the colors of our cars. Uh-oh. looks like you can't move for 3 turns. Too bad you can't control Z that roll, huh?
3 turns? Again? How can my life be manipulated so by dice?
Well, look at that. I struck oil.
Inside a blasted shopping mall?
Phew. Deep breaths, Azul. It's just a game, okay? My turns are done, so go on and take another stab at it.
2.
What do we have here? You bought a house, but it's a major fixer-upper. You lose 500,000 Thalbucks. Tough break.
That's absurd! I would never in my life fall for such an obvious scam. This game doesn't make an ounce of sense.
Interior hallway.
Whew. Azul sure was a sight to behold last week. I thought he'd start foaming at the mouth.
Classroom.
Hey there, Azul. You were here earlier today. 5, 5, 3. Azul. Once more. 5, 2. No. Next. 3. Hello? It must be because I wasn't fast enough. 5, 5. Yes! Oh, I hadn't noticed you there, Idia. I figured. You seem to be up in your own little private server there. So what are you up to?
As you can see, I'm practicing my dice rolling.
What are up to?
Yep. And I'd say the effort has been well worth it. I can now roll my desired number 1/3 of the time. You can roll whatever number you want. I place the number 2 side face up, and if I snap my wrist just so, my said face will roll over exactly 4.5 times. Which would make it a... Yes! A 5!
Don't tell me you've been at this ever since you lost at Magical Life last week?
That loss was due to my own negligence. Without proper preparation, I'd left myself wholly vulnerable to the whims of fate.
Yeah, but that's how board games work.
You're mistaken. It's only how they work if you don't plan ahead. If I can reduce the amount of luck involved, then I can control even a game of dice through sheer willpower.
You're taking out chance from a game of chance?
I still have a long road of honing my accuracy before achieving that. What if I throw the dice with a touch more force?
Azul? Twisted Wonderland to Azul! Come in, Azul!
4. Now I'll make it slide 1 to the right.
Talk about focus. He can't even hear a word I'm saying. 4. 4. 3 this time. Please move my wrist less. 4. Man, all your complex logistics and strats, you sure are a cinch to read. I can't think of anyone more stubborn. Good on you for being such a hard worker, though.
And there we have it. 5 4s in a row. Ready the board because I won't lose next time. Oh, Azul.
I bet he will.
Yeah, he still would. And then he'd rage so hard. Da-da-da.
What do you want in the sports field?
I can fly. I can fly! Are you even trying to practice, Ashen Grotto? Of course, Coach. Would I ever slack off in your class? Well, all you're doing is sitting on your broom and jumping. That can't be all you can do under my magnificent tutelage. I am imagining myself achieving liftoff. Please, I need to focus. Ah! My broom always goes out of control when I lose focus. Come back here, you! Don't go flying off on your own. Good grief. You call yourself a sophomore? Take a look at Viper. He's nowhere near my level, of course, but he is a skilled flyer. You should try being a little more like him.
flatter me, but it's really all thanks to your splendid instruction, Cosbarius. A teacher shouldn't be comparing students! How insensitive can you be?
The only thing I'm sensitive to right now is your inability to fly. I'm so busy with you, I don't have time to check on any other students. I got it. You teach him, Viper.
What? Me?
If you can teach half as good as you can fly, then it'll work out just fine. Counting on you.
Wait, Coach! And he's gone. Ugh, what a tyrant. Truer words have never been spoken. Never had a teacher so irresponsible. I don't think you're in any position to criticize. For all the time you dedicate to our lectures, you put virtually none of that same effort into flying. It's only been a little over a year since I began walking on land. I should be applauded for that. And yet now you're asking me to fly? What an utterly ludicrous demand! You don't cut a very menacing figure when you're hanging upside down on your broom like that. I'm only doing so because my broom refuses to do what I tell it. Then we'll stick to the basics. There's a trick to it, alright? Set your broom on the ground first. What do you want? What? I'm sure you aren't teaching me that trick for free. The world doesn't work that way. So, what do you want? It's not like I was offering. The coach told me to do it, so I'm doing it. So you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? You truly want nothing? As if I could buy such a blatant lie. I have no wish to be in debt to you. I can only imagine what ridiculous demand you'll make of me when this is over. Listen, I understand where you're coming from, but is this how you want to act when you're the one who needs my help? You're a house warden who can't even fly straight. Even Kaleem can manage that. I know that very well, thank you. Now leave me be. I'm trying to concentrate.
How's it going, you two? Any closer to taking to the skies?
I am trying to irritate me. Nothing has changed, Coach.
That's too bad. You two are going to be parked on my field until Ashen Grotto can fly straight for 50 meters.
Why do I have to stay behind?
I gave you a job, and you haven't pulled through. It's on you now.
Reasonable. I had plans for later today, Coach, so... Wait, Coach! What a farce.
You have my sympathies, you poor thing.
I wouldn't need them if you'd simply listened to me in the first place. Jumping up and down is only a waste of both our times. It's not a waste. I'm visualizing my success. And where is that success? I'd love to see it. I believe if I maintain my current pace, I'll be able to float by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? And you won't even be flying? I am not waiting that long. Kaleem can learn to fly with my advice, then you can too. If you would only listen. Must you be so persistent? I can manage just fine without your advice. Okay, fine. I want your study guide for the next exam. I am ever so desperate. Please, oh pretty please. I beg you. I will do anything to have it. What if I teach you how to fly in exchange? Very well. If you so insist, then we have a deal. Was that really so hard? Oh, Azul.
It was so
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah, what'd you think of that story?
Surprising. I didn't expect Azul to have so much trouble flying.
Can't say I understand why.
Well, he's the house warden. You'd have thought he had more than anyone, hardly.
Yeah.
What's this called, Cookie?
A second. All right. Can't say I understand why. Courtyard.
This is a tad too astringent. Perhaps I should try some different leaves. Jade, what are you doing back here? And whoa, What's with all the leaves and cups? You appear to be in high spirits today, Colleen, as always. As for this, I was experimenting with various brewing methods.
Yeah, I taught him.
You sure? You sure went all out. These are all super high quality leaves, aren't they? You can tell? Their fragrances are totally different from the ones over there. My country's all about drinking tea, so they stood out right away. I would have never guessed you were such an expert on tea. As they say, one can never judge a book by its cover. In the Scalding Sands, tea is a must during every meal and break. It's also customary to take out special tea leaves when entertaining guests. Color me intrigued by this custom of yours. Could I trouble you to teach me how it's brewed? Sure thing. It's easy enough to pick up, and it's always nice to share more about my kingdom. First things first, place the tea leaves in the kettle and boil them. The trick's to put in so many that you almost worry it's too much. I'm sure that would make it very flavorful indeed. Next, you prep some herbs in a pot. With today's leaves, here, let's fill the pot up about 70% of the way using these 2 herbs. You have your own blend. You even have your own blend? You really are an expert at this. Huh, more like it goes to show how often I drink tea. The herbs make the tea easier to drink on hot days, which is crucial in the Scalding Sands. It certainly sounds like it. We wouldn't drink it this way where I'm from.
Well, all you have to drink is ocean water.
Where's that? In the ocean? I was born in the Coral Sea, a place very much different from your arid desert kingdom. You were born in the sea? Yeah, that's about as different as it gets. What's it like there, if you don't mind me asking? The sea? The sea is, how shall I say?
Salty.
To first-time visitors, it must seem like a very cold and dark place. Huh, really? Indeed. After all, no light reaches the seabed, nor is it possible to light a fire. You never know what's lying in wait around the corner. You must keep vigilant at all hours. That's kind of terrifying to imagine, actually. And unlike the food of surface dwellers, rare is the day we eat anything sweet. Our food is normally consumed raw. Eesh! I couldn't do that. Not in a million years. I'm surprised you can live down there. Does it repulse you that much? I find it to be a comfortable and pleasant kingdom, personally. Although I have heard talk of wayward merfolk becoming obsessed with the surface, I can't say I understand why. Oh, the tea is finished brewing already. So just put out the fire and then pour the tea into the herb-filled pot. My, does that smell divine? I almost can't wait to savor it. And last but not least, you add sugar. Huh? This sugar bowl feels awful light. Strange, I just replenished it, so there should be 30 or so cubes in there. Only 30? Well, if that's all we got, then it'll have to do. Is that enough? When it comes to tea, the sweeter the better.
Yeah.
Nothing says luxury like a pot of sweet tea, or so is said back home. The custom began after a sugar shortage that shot its value up sky high. Can't be shy with it now. We'll need to use every last cube. Must we use all of it? Yep, in they go. And now we have our tea. Pour yourself a cup like so, and done. Go on, drink up.
Sugar juice.
How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Its exquisitely tart fragrance balances well with the refreshing selection of herbs. It's also sweet enough to saturate one's teeth. Right? Don't you love the feeling of it coursing through your whole body with every sip? It's interesting. I feel as though my teeth may start falling out all at once. Wow, you
It's
like
too
it that
sweet.
much? You said you never get the chance to eat sweets in the sea, right? It makes me happy to be the one to share some with you, so drink up. There's plenty of tea left. Ah, so there is. Thank you. To tell the truth, though, this pot here isn't nearly sweet enough. Let me see if I can hunt down some more sugar.
Oh my goodness.
More? I'm hardly sure that's necessary. Well, off he goes. Still, I'm curious what Azul and Floyd would say if they were to try this. The world of tea is far more vast than I ever imagined.
Hydrate time. Oh, I missed it. It was 10 minutes ago.
Cookie Guy, would you want to try his tea?
I take a little sip,
Want
but
to
it
go
sounds
clip
like
off
it's
the
really,
hangnail?
really sweet.
Much better.
Blah, blah, blah.
So what's happening with Cookie Guy?
He sang for a couple notes.
About tea. Mm-hmm. Sweet tea.
Can't wait till we get to the General Lilia side story.
Yeah, me too. What's this called?
Jade Leech.
A most unusual conversation
And where's it taking place?
in the cafeteria.
Ah, there it is again.
Have you lost something, Jade? See you swiveling your head to and fro.
Oh, sorry. I thought I felt someone's eyes on me, that's all.
Intriguing. I sense no such thing, however. It must be your imagination.
I was ready to dismiss it as a trick of the mind as well, but I am not so sure now. After all, it's been going on for several days.
Ah, paranoia.
No. That's way too much to just be in my imagination.
If you're so sure, then why didn't you tell me sooner?
I do not think it concerning enough to trouble you with.
You suspect that someone is observing you behind your back, but have nothing solid to go on?
Precisely. I will say that I haven't sensed any hostility, at least. Therefore, I doubt it's a matter of revenge. I'm merely being observed.
Surely they have a reason, an objective. And it would certainly be unfortunate if their snooping got in the way of our business.
Ah, because there are aspects of our business that might not look good. Like, all of them.
Say no more. I leave you to deal with this interloper post-haste.
As you wish.
Sportsfield. Fourth period PE.
Jade, did you not hear Coach Vargas's instructions? I am your partner for today's stretches.
Oh, Riddle. Apologies. I was lost in thought.
It's rare to see you so distracted. Is something bothering you?
Not at all. I had simply surmised that they were lurking behind me.
Who is behind you? What?
In the bush behind us. Excuse me for a moment.
Care to explain why you're scrounging in the thicket? Ah, so the jig is up. Ah! Who's there? Your senses are keen indeed to detect a hunter such as I, Jade. Rook, why in the world were you in that bush?
I suspected as much. You are the one who's been watching me all this time.
We? This whole time? What are you talking about? I've taken an interest in Jade recently. What?
Perhaps you could explain in more detail?
Well, on a certain night when the stars were dazzlingly luminous, their luster reminded me of the rocking ocean waves. Myriad creatures shine beneath the sea, glittering like the stars themselves. And so,
I found myself wondering what brilliance they might emit were they on solid ground. As soon as that thought occurred to me, I simply could not let it go. It haunted me day and night. Thus, I decided to observe you, he who hails from the Coral Sea.
I see.
Your eating habits, idiosyncrasies, sleep schedule, heart rate, I have recorded all of these glimmers and more. I admit I'm impressed by the breadth of your survey, we'll call it, but that's less observation and more stalking.
Did you never grow weary of collecting such drab data points?
By no means. Your habits are most captivating. Merci. Now, if I should ever find a sea creature in my crosshairs, I should be able to dispatch it with ease.
My. I thought you were a hunter, not a fisherman.
True enough. Sharp as a tack, this one. And amusing to boot.
This is indeed a most unusual conversation.
I'm going to find someone else to stretch with. You two feel free to carry on doing whatever you're doing. Did you know it was going to be Rook Pasture?
The chit chat a bit in the library. Look, writing essays is about as exciting as watching a sea anemone race. Isn't there anything better to do around here? Looky here.
What book be? Could have sworn that copy of History Unraveled Magic Carpet Weaving was right around here.
It'll work. It'll work. How's that floating, little goldfish?
Ah! Floyd! Oh, anyone but him.
Oh, are you stuck with some historical junk for homework, too?
My business is none of yours.
Oh, don't be like that. I'm bored. Let's do homework together. Maybe chit-chat a bit?
And why would I...
Don't fall for it, Riddle. He takes far too much delight in dragging you down to his level.
Well, not this time.
The way you turn red when you're mad really does make you look like a little goldfish. You're fishy. Anyway, you need that History Unraveled book, right? Just so happens I've been reading it too. Lobbed it back on that shelf to the far.
I am perfectly capable of finding it on my own, thank you. Now leave me be.
Sure you can. Let me show you where it is.
Did you not understand the words that came out of my mouth? Don't you pull on me, you brute!
Here's where I left it.
I can't fathom why you're being so helpful right now. What are you plotting?
You saying you want me to be plotting something?
I said nothing of the sort. Moving on. You said that book would be right there. Well, you really did put it back on the highest shelf.
What, you can't reach it?
I can't reach it!
You're putting those tippy toes to work, but that shelf's too tall in order, eh?
You only wanted to watch me squirm, didn't you? How utterly juvenile!
You know, goldfish. I could always get it for you. What do you say, huh?
I'm quite fine without your help. All I need is a stool. Now, where might I go about finding a stool? Floyd.
Yeah.
Is there some reason you decided to block my path with your arm?
Nope. Arms just needed a little stretch is all.
So you're deliberately impeding my progress for your entertainment. Fine. Do as you wish. I can simply use magic to retrieve it.
Yoink.
Wait, no! You can't do that! Hand it over!
I don't know.
Are you really that eager to lose your head?
No, I'm shaking in my boots. Gotta make a run for it.
Running is forbidden in the library! It may not be one of the Queen's laws, but it is still very much against the rules, Floyd!
Not up for playing tag with me? Cause you're it, little goldfish. Catch me if you can.
I am absolutely not it! I have just about had enough to hear with your antics!
Come on, catch me, catch me. I'll give you the book if you do.
Ah! Stop running around! I am done with you! Jade has never once pulled these silly pranks, and he's had every opportunity as a classmate! How twins could be such complete opposites, I'll never understand!
Ah,
Why must you always... Tell me, Floyd, what have I done to deserve this mistreatment?
I'm bored.
What?
I'm bored. Here, take the book.
What just happened? Can't tell if I upset him or if that was yet another one of his mood swings. I've had enough of that man's caprices for a lifetime.
It's caprices? What's that? You know what?
Ask Throlin.
Oh, and what's a caprice? I'm thinking like his way of doing things or something.
Caprice
No.
is a noun that refers to a sudden, impulsive, and unpredictable change in behavior.
Oh. Okay.
It often describes actions taken on a whim or without an obvious reason, such as deciding to travel halfway across the world on a random Tuesday. Oh, Throlin's here! He said, "Oh, what now?" Oh yeah, sounds like mud.
Caprice.
I
What's
like it, obviously, but in the gymnasium. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You're rather fired up today, Ace. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you exercise so diligently.
I didn't know I was counting like that. I should go back. Go back.
Well, it's just numbers 1 through 8. Just say them.
I wanted to say it like I was exercising. Anyway.
You can say it without...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There you go.
That's because today's practice bout decides who gets to play in the next tournament. I'm going to show Coach what I'm made of, and land a spot as a first stringer.
As a freshman? That's certainly bold. But you're a deft hand at basketball, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, next up on the agenda is perfecting my three-pointer. So, That's all the commotion.
Time out, Floyd. How'd you get past all three of us?
Again? Put in a little effort, would ya? You'll never learn how to steal the ball at this rate.
That's all we can do just to keep up with your dribbling.
And I'll give you another handicapped. I'm normally a lefty, but I'll only use my right hand this time. Try to get the ball, okay?
Oh, our only chance to go for a foul.
Too bad, so sad. And swish. Nothing but net.
Yeah.
You guys haven't had a single point on me the whole time. You sure you're trying? No
wow.
way. You just did a 3-pointer with one hand.
That's impressive.
It always that good? Never notice.
That would be because...
What's up, Krabby? You're staring at me. You want to join in? I had no idea you were such a baller. Yeah, 3 people after you, but you slipped around them like, I don't know, an eel or something. I'm seriously floored, dude. Oh, nothing special. If you thought that was cool, then check this out. Oh, what are you gonna do? Patience, Krabby. And there, what? Beat up with a dribble and slam dunk. Yeah, boy.
Mm.
Nice.
Oh, that was crazy. You're tall and you can jump that high. I call shenanigans. Ah!
I'm with Ace on this one. You just jumped high enough to literally look down through the hoop. How did you even manage that?
You could totally go pro. Man, I want to learn to dunk like that. I got a thing for swimming, obviously. But I like running and jumping, too. That note. Would you be on my team for today's practice game? You want to tag team those chumps, huh? Sure, why not? Wait, no takebacks, all right?
You're teaming up with Floyd Ace?
What, are you going to try and stop me? You tell me I beat you to the punch.
No, that isn't it. Fortunately for one of us, the early bird does get the worm. You're welcome to him.
Yeah, we've got this in the bag. Now I'll get to the tournament for sure. As long as I create enough of an opening for Floyd to do his thing, I might even earn myself on the starting lineup.
Ha. Well, since you're raring to go, how about we get the show on the road?
Uh-oh. Not gonna go well, I can tell.
Yeah.
I'll snatch that ball, thanks. Floyd, I'm sending it your way. Oh. Hey, I said I'm passing you. Quit staring into space and grab. I'm bored. What?
Come on, the match has started.
Hold up, Floyd. What happened to those crazy skills you were just showing off? This is such a drag. I quit. Heck, man. I'm not in a basketball mood. You were totally in the zone like 3 seconds ago. I had fun, and now I'm done. Dude, quit being lazy and make with me the dunking already. You are really starting to get on my nerves. I squeeze you until like you can't whine anymore. That was terrifying. What is this guy's deal?
I had a feeling this would happen. He'd be a lock for the starting lineup if it weren't for those mood swings. And Stick said, used in a sentence, Mud's decision seems to be driven by caprice rather than logic. That makes sense. Who's Octavanel?
Them three.
Oh.
So, should we stop here or do these and then like do the? What do you think?
Wait. Oh, there's 7 in total, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do those teachers count?
Well, they're the voiced stories, and we've done.
How about we just finish with Skarabi? There's only 2 of them.
Hanging out as friend. Mr. S's Mystery Shop. Oh, we did that one.
Let's see. I bought dried fruits, spices. Yeah, this should be everything on the list. All right, tonight's banquet is a go. Oh no, the banana chips are falling.
Not the banana chips. Got it. Here you are.
Phew, you're a lifesaver, Riddle. Thanks a bunch.
That's quite the load you're carrying, Colleen.
We're holding a banquet for our new students tonight, so this is for that.
You're a housewarming, but you're the one tasked with running the errands? Alone?
Is that weird? I was doing decorations at first, but Jamil suddenly insisted he'd handle those. I was so excited about making the tables glitter by sprinkling them with gold and jewels, too.
I can imagine why Jimmy was so adamant about taking over.
It worked out, though, because then I was appointed the vizier.
Vizier.
The
That-
grand
well,
vizier.
assuming, yeah. When what's his name, Jafar, said it in Aladdin, he called himself the Grand Vizier.
Worked
Anyway.
out, though. I was shopping. You say something?
No, thank you. Well, your efforts towards arranging this welcome party are laudable. Do not forget your position as housewarden. Hasn't been long since you assumed the role, but you've yet to make an effort to act the part. I recall some very loud yawns at our last meeting. If you were a member of Harslebule, I'd have had your head for that.
That's funny. Whenever I yawn in Scarabia, Jamil prepares my bed for me.
You and Leona are immaculate examples of how one can be ill-suited to be house sitters.
Speaking of, are you getting enough sleep, Riddle? You seem really on edge. All that stress is going to take a toll on you.
Must I stand here and take advice from you? You are so lucky to have Jamil to look after you.
He's the best. He's a good cook, he's smart, and to top it all off, he's a super nice guy. Jamil's the one making all the food for tonight's banquet, too.
So you're saying it's the vice housewarden who keeps Scarabia running? And you're fine with that?
It's all about teamwork, right? You don't have to take everything upon yourself either, you know. If you ever need help, you can always come to me.
And I ask again, must I stand here and take advice from you? Oh, forget it. Shouldn't you be focusing more on the task at hand? The cooking can't start until the Vizier shopping returns.
Fred, you're right. Catch you later, Riddle.
Goodbye, Colleen. Why'd you stop?
Because I think you should come to the banquet.
I should what?
We're both sophomore house wardens, so it's about time we hung out as friends.
I appreciate the invitation, but far too short notice for me to...
We're gonna pig out on Jamil's spread and drink and sing and have all kinds of fun.
But I never agreed to...
Everyone's gonna flip after they hear we've got Hartlebule's house warden coming as our honored guest.
I have other plans tonight. I must see to my broom preparation before tomorrow's flight class and...
Flying? That gives me a great idea. I've got an amazing carpet in my room. We could use it to take a night ride through the diamond sky as tonight's main entertainment. Sound fun?
A night ride? You couldn't possibly mean one of those flying carpets, could you?
Not just could, I am. Come tonight, we'll be freewheeling to the ends of the world together.
Well, I may perhaps have a smidgen of interest. After all, such artifacts are...
Wait, are you reading it?
What?
I don't hear you.
You don't hear me?
I can hear him.
Cookie guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Anybody?
Hello?
Oh, Fastra.
Hello? Hello?
Roast Fastra, cookie guy.
How could your internet be so sketchy?
Do you see this?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
My internet had a hiccup.
we can tell.
How does it look now?
It's still all blurred.
Oh no.
Fastra.
I had to change it to Wi-Fi.
Whoa.
The internet is tired. Time for bed. Almost. Almost.
So what's the last thing you heard?
Oh, we heard everything. It's just you stopped responding.
No, I mean I was talking all this time.
You went... Well, I heard you like talking. You're like, are you reading it? Hello? Cookie guy? Like, we
Oh.
heard all that. And we were responding.
Oh.
But I can reread the line once it clears up. It's like 140p right now.
Let me try to restart the screen share.
Okay.
How's it look?
You restarted
The
it?
same.
It didn't even stop and start. It just was going that whole time. Hey, Fasher, your profile picture is awesome.
Yeah.
Now I can see it. Ahem. Well, I may perhaps have a smidgen of interest. After all, such artifacts are counted among the Scalding Sands national treasures. I could hardly refuse such an opportunity, and the experience could prove valuable for my own study of flight.
Then it's decided.
I shall arrive later tonight with a gift in hand. I should do nicely, I think. I'll have Trey prepare one so that you can have a taste of what we enjoy at our dorm's tea party.
Don't bother.
What?
Sorry. It's just that I only eat what Jamil makes me.
Why?
Back home, I can't even tell you how often I felt ill after eating things that were prepared for me by others. And I'm not talking about little stomach aches. I'd be unconscious in the infirmary for days on end.
Holy moly.
Jamil and Dad used to say that was the fate of the Seam family's eldest son. Anyway, I made it a rule not to touch anything other than food Jamil's made personally. So, I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to pass.
The Assim family is known the world over for its vast wealth. You're the eldest son with plenty of siblings beneath you. Let your voice hint.
Oops. All this standing around means I'm gonna be extra late, huh? Jamil's gonna be mad. Anyway, see you tonight, Riddle.
Perhaps that boundless positivity of his can be for the house warden after all. We don't get to see Riddles at the party?
No.
You just have to assume it was amazing. Brother instinct kicking in.
It's gonna be Ace's brother.
Sports field.
I'm famished, starving even. Today's PE class really took it out of me. Time for lunch. Wait, huh? Isn't that small dude over there Ia's brother? I think his name was Ortho.
Last name Dantis.
Hey, orthodontist. What are you doing moping around here all by your lonesome?
Kaleem Alisim, hello.
Oh, you practically sighed out that hello. You sound about as blue as that hair is yours. I don't know what's on your mind, but I'm here if you want to talk about it.
Well, I was supposed to play out. I was supposed to play outside with my brother today, see?
Idia does stuff that doesn't involve staring at screens. Good for him.
Yeah, we were going to take his new drone for a spin, but I guess he didn't rank high enough in that game. He's always playing to get the prize he wanted. And he went off somewhere by himself because he was so bummed out about it.
That's no way to act. Spending quality time with your sibling is way more important than some game.
Don't diss my big bro.
Ah,
It is nice and smart and the best brother ever. He's just kind of an oddball.
oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's okay. As long as you understand.
Here's another idea then. How about I play with you? Since Edie is out of commission?
What? You'd really do that?
Yep. They say laughter's the best medicine, and Dr. Kaleem's authorized to fill prescriptions. So, let's go do whatever people do with drones, I guess. You'll have to fill me in.
Like the drone in Life is Strange.
It's okay. You don't have to play with the drone. You could do something else, like instead.
Oh, gotcha. In that case, I propose a dance-off.
It's a dance.
He has never Googled it in Google inside his brain.
Toe tapping, hip shaking, letting loose and moving your body to a catchy tune.
Looks fun. I've never danced before. I want to try it. Just let me install some dancing algorithms real quick.
Install the what rhythm now?
A dancing algorithm. Dance without data. Okay, so what are we doing first? A waltz? Salsa? Breakdancing? I have no idea what any of these are, so I'll just download them all.
Don't download
So you can
twerking.
So you can learn anything in an instant? That's amazing. But, it kind of defeats the purpose if you're perfect right out of the gate.
Really?
Yep. Slowly getting better through practice is part of the fun. Even if you're awkward at first, all you have to do is let the music flow through you, and you'll get there eventually.
Really? Learn to dance like that? It seems inefficient.
You'll be fine. I'll help you along until you've got a groove going. What's so funny?
Nothing. You're a really nice guy, you know that?
You think so? I've got more siblings than I can count back home. Guess it was my big brother instinct kicking in.
You have little brothers?
Yeah, they tried to poison me.
tons. In fact, another one was born just the other day. You could probably fill a whole dorm with them by now.
Oh, that many?
And they're all adorable.
They're really lucky to have you as a brother. Circle?
Oops, sorry. That was my stomach. Come to think of it, I haven't had any lunch yet. Why don't you come with me to eat some of the grub Jamil made before we get to dancing?
Yeah.
Although I can't eat, it only gives off the virtual sensation of eating.
Yeah. What do you usually eat anyway?
Spare bits, parts. Oil.
Nails.
Our last guy of the day.
Can you believe it's been 4 hours?
That's insane.
It just feels so fun.
Yeah.
My face always looks like this.
Why was Ortho saying it?
Cafeteria.
My face always looks like. Oh.
Looks like we hit up lunchtime too late to get any capital seats.
I see 2 open seats there. Excuse me, but would you mind if we... if it isn't Ruggy and Leona.
Huh. Hey guys, not every day we see you in the cafeteria.
True. I normally prepare lunch for us myself, but...
Last night I scarfed down everything that he was saving for today.
You parasite! Merciful Sands. Why do you think I go to the trouble of preparing your lunch each and every day? I'm trying to keep you safe.
Sorry, Jamil. Totally my bad.
Wow, that was sure magnanimous. Can I put that word in the spelling bee? Of Kaleem.
We're lucky the lunch here is a buffet, so there's no need to check for poison.
It's been ages since I ate something other than your food.
You two done yapping yet? Ruggy, go get the ham steak.
You have to always pick the most popular thing in the buffet. The line will take forever.
I'll line up with you. What would you like, Kaleem?
Don't worry about it. I ate all our food, so let me stand in line instead to make up for it.
There's really no need to.
But I want to. I'll take care of it, so just tell me what to get.
Cream pasta then.
1 cream pasta coming right up. Be right back.
Same.
Leona King Scholar. From what I hear, he's a prince of some kind or another. He certainly acts the part of one of those indolent, haughty royals.
How about you spit out what you want to say instead of staring?
Oh, it's nothing. You just stand out so much that it's hard not to look.
Sure. What the face was saying, though.
My face always looks like this.
Yeah? Your eyes always glare like that, too? Boy, as green as grass. I can't imagine what he's thinking. Hanging out with a steamer like you all the time. He just doesn't get that any one of these nights could be his last, huh?
Do you think I would hurt Kaleem? Outrageous! I have served him loyally since we were children, and not once has my mind wandered to such heinous deeds.
You keep telling yourself that.
We're back. Here's your cream stew, Jamil.
Thank you. Wait, stew? Didn't I ask for pasta?
Huh? You sure? All I remember is you asked for something creamy.
And you're half right, but it doesn't matter. Thank you. What is it now, Kaleem? Won't do you any good to stand there. Sit!
I just forgot to grab a spoon. Be back in a sec.
Wait! You'll burn your hands if you run around with that stew. Put it down first!
Here's that steak and rice you wanted? All good now?
Not after you took so long. Now I want dessert.
Dessert? Tell me that before I get out of line next time. This sucks. I know. Buttered up Kalumi, so he'll line up for me instead.
Ouch! The stew's spilling.
Will you put that bowl down? I'm begging you, stop running around with it. Maybe not. Yeah, that looks kind of occupied.
Interior hallway. Now that was a decent meal.
Yeah, I really liked it. Though, not as much as Jamil's cooking.
We only came here for lunch. Why do I feel so exhausted? I must have it rough looking after Kaleem, huh? I can't deny it. Yet, I think it would be far more painful to serve someone like Leona. Can't say I agree. Honestly, Kaleem's so nice that it just makes me uncomfortable. I live for every pot, I guess.
Ruggy, get a move on.
Live for every pot. Huh.
That was a blast. Makes me think we should eat in the cafeteria more often. I'm sure you prefer not having to cook every day, too.
No, absolutely not. I would, in fact, prefer to make your lunches.
You what?
Yes, I never want to venture into the cafeteria again, so please, no more late night snacking.
That was a weird way to end it.
Yeah, that's a little weird, but...
Lest you endanger yourself. How's that story still going? This vignette.
This is a new one.
He,
I thought
he blacked out.
You said there's 2 stories left or something.
Yeah, and this
And
is
then-
the last one.
Confused.
His reaction is that
gymnasium.
monkey in the corner. Look, I'm taking gummies. It's these.
I can't see. I'm away from my laptop.
I've been having trouble going to sleep lately, so I'm taking melatonin gummies.
Oh, okay. So see, we just finished My Face Always Looks Like This, and we were about to start Lest You Endanger Yourself.
So yes, 2 stories. It tastes kind of weird.
Oh. You gotta hit Krabby till you're out.
He sounded a little different.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, just so we're clear, we're playing basketball, not dodgeball. Trying to hit me with a ball, please. Where I've told you 100 times. Lay off with a weird nickname while you're at it. Yeah, up here, Jamil. What you're doing at basketball club?
Trying to convince Floyd otherwise is a futile endeavor, but I'll try. Just don't get your hopes up. Floyd, can you please take this seriously? I'm sure you're aware that the next tournament is coming up soon.
What? You got a problem, buddy?
Obviously. Now, if you would be so kind as to flip whatever switch makes you take things seriously. Club activities are recorded on your What would you do if we suffered defeat at the next tournament? I doubt you'd be pleased.
Mm-mm.
All right. Now's my chance to leave the court and...
Forget dodgeball. Next up, it's a dance-off.
Oh yeah, Ortho didn't know what dancing was.
Where in the world did that come from? I seriously can't understand how your brain works.
You don't want to test Jamil in dancing. Have you seen Chibi Jamil
You,
dance?
Jamil. Where do you think you're sneaking off to?
You got me. Not reason with Floyd when he's in one of his moods. Just let him do whatever he wants to do until he's had enough. done with this farce. The rest of you can go ahead and dance or assault each other with balls or whatever.
Don't push all the work onto us underclassmen. Floyd's totally wilding out, man. What are we supposed to do? Wigging out, I think. But anyway. I always wanted to try doing a head spin. You spin around like a top while balancing on your head. This maybe. Oof. I fell right on the old tailbone. It's totally impossible. I can't keep my balance. You can't shove that off on us poor freshmen.
Now see here, Floyd. You cannot perform a head spin if you haven't first mastered the art of the headstand. You need a sturdier foundation, wobbling so much that even if you did manage to launch into a spin, it wouldn't last very long. Moreover, you must place your center of gravity at your core, lest you put too much weight on your neck and endanger yourself.
Wow. Where'd that come from? Where'd you learn all that stuff?
Drat. I couldn't help myself. For being so reckless that my passion for dancing got the better of me. Like Trey with his teeth brushing.
You have a passion for dancing?
Haven't you seen the GIF? You heard nothing. It's simply something I briefly dabbled with with Kalima once upon a time.
It sounds like it was way more than briefly, but whatever. This is a basketball club. We're supposed to be playing basketball, not dancing.
You are quite right. I'm well aware. That is enough dancing, Floyd. It's time for basketball. Don't make me repeat myself.
Hey, is it handstand basically as simple as standing upside down on your head? Okay, but I guess I still don't get it. Show me how it's done, Sea Snake.
Show you? Absolutely not. We're supposed to be playing basketball, not...
Can't be that way. I'll just do it myself. First, I gotta put my head on the floor, then get a spin going, and whoa!
What? Stop!
Oh, I flopped again.
Don't try to spin on your own. I told you that if you don't properly lower your center of gravity, you risk breaking your neck. Why must you always be so irresponsible? Dancing is not a thing to be taken lightly. It requires proper form. Headspins may appear flashy, but if you not follow the proper steps, you'll immediately lose your balance. Novices should start with, holding this position.
Now Jamil's doing a headstand too.
From here, you spread your legs, stretching them until you stop wavering and properly establish your center of gravity. Once you've accomplished that, you press against the floor with the palms of your hands and gradually rotate yourself. Do it slowly and steadily at first. Speed up once you feel you're in control, then let your hands go. There. You understand now?
Wow, that's it. That's exactly what I was trying to do. You're awesome, Sea Snake.
Am I? To increase the difficulty, you can curl yourself up as you spin to make yourself look like a ball. You can also hold your legs straight above you to do a drill, or alternatingly bend and stretch your legs as you spin.
You're good. You gotta teach me how to do that. I'll take it seriously. I promise.
And start with the handstand. Good. Now pull in your jaw and relax your throat.
Dude, I'm so over this. Totally lost. I would have never picked Jamil as a breakdancer, though. About a surprise of a lifetime.
You clearly haven't seen the GIF. Codes, do you know what GIF I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, let me send it.
I'm gonna do my Duolingo.
Okay. Where's your I'm trying to find like GIFs. Sing it, Codes.
Oh, na 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 na.
Okay.
Isn't it weird that two unrelated streamers had this framed picture of a monkey on the same day? I think it's like a new trend going around.
So, what did everyone think of the stories?
Fun, unexpected, interesting.
Yes, a lot of very interesting stories and fun, different sides of the different characters, some cool like interactions with characters who we don't see interact very often.
Yeah.
Like the
And it was cool.
Riddle and Jade, or Riddle and Floyd one in the library.
Yeah, that's what they're a popular ship that I've seen.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
it stems from that.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Fastra?
Do you Duolingo?
Just do you, Duolingo.
It was cool, like, because I've been waiting to see those, like, you know, I've had those unlocked for a while, those initial stories, but, like, I read some of the stories, like, at the very beginning before I knew who all the characters were, so it was, like, interesting to see it again now that I know everything.
Robot Fastra? Sounds
I'm
like
a
in a
robot?
cave.
Why?
I don't know, you sounded fine to me.
What do I sound like on the stream?
Normal.
Yeah, how does she sound now? I think I fixed it. Should be no more robot Fastra. So, yeah, she said she had unlocked the stories a while ago, and she had not seen some of them, and when she did see some of them were new characters who she didn't know as much as she does now, so it was cool to see. Yeah, I listened back late. I think it was because I accidentally unmuted the desktop audio, which I don't know how that happened, but it did. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. I wish I had noticed it on my own, but that was fun. Oh, some overblot going on.
Yeah. Where's the last piece of trash? Okay. Thanks for dubbing with me.
Yeah, we should do this again sometime. Do
the
rest of the houses.
Yeah, and then
Fires, Malleus,
because those were the shorter R cards, but each person also has their labware SR, which has part 1 and part 2, and their ceremonial robes.
Yeah, we should do those.
Yeah, we'll finish the R ones first for the last 3 houses.
Yes. Alrighty, y'all. Thanks for tuning in to this Christmas Bob stream. Somehow over 4 hours, but it flew by, and it was very fun. Thank you all for watching. Have a nice rest of your night. And if you find yourself about to overblot and be thrown in the cellar, you take care.
Take care out there.